Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the July 22nd, 2025 meeting of the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners. Before we begin, I would like to thank Deputies Manley and Atkinson for keeping us safe today. Thank you so much, gentlemen. If you'd please rise for the invocation led by Commissioner Wikin and remain standing for the Commissioner Flowers who lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Chair. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with humble hearts, grateful for the blessings you have given our community and mindful of the challenges many of us quietly carry. Lord, I ask your grace, especially for those who are struggling with loss. In moments when our spirits are weary and our hearts feel heavy, remind us that your love is steadfast, your mercy is endless, and that when we feel broken, you are close to the brokenhearted. We lift up all who are sick or suffering today, in body, mind, or spirit. Bring them comfort, strength, and healing, and surround them with compassionate care. Help us to remember that we are called to be your hands and feet, and reach out to those in need with patience, kindness, and humility. As we begin our work today, grant us wisdom to discern what is right, humility to seek guidance when we fall short, and courage to stand up for what serves the greater good. Remind us that the authority we hold is a gift and a responsibility, not for ourselves, but for the people we serve. And may we treat that decision with care, each person with respect, and each challenge as an opportunity to reflect. Inspire us to work together, putting aside our own interests, so that we may faithfully uphold our duties and make sure decisions are rooted in wisdom, integrity, and respect for those we serve. May God bless our work and our community. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For our presentation and proclamation today, I would ask for Brian Lowak, President of Visit St. Pete Clearwater. Please join me at the podium. Brian will be accepting the 727-day proclamation. Tourism serves as the largest economic driver in Pinellas County, supporting more than 100,000 jobs, along with local businesses and public facilities. More than 15 million visitors travel to Pinellas County annually, creating more than $11 billion in economic impact, contributing more than $6.5 billion in direct spending each year, and saving the average resident household nearly $1,000 taxes annually. Local residents are the heart of Pinellas County, making significant contributions in creating a unique and welcoming destination for visitors from around the world. This unique collaboration between Visit St. Pete Clearwater and the local hospitality and tourism industry serves to thank residents for the warm hospitality they share with our visitors year-round. Visit St. Pete Clearwater generates opportunities to educate residents about the value of tourism and the integral role that tourism plays in fueling our economy, while highlighting the incredible impact that comes from visitors with love. July 27th shall serve as 727 Day and an opportunity to celebrate our incredible destination, home of the best area code of them all, 727, home of the best beaches in the world, in my opinion, showing appreciation to residents for their positive impact on local tourism through locals-only specials and celebrations around Pinellas County. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners that July 7th, 2025 be recognized as 727 Day. So, Brian?
Mr. Chair and Commission, thank you very much for once again recognizing and proclaiming this Sunday, 727 Day. And really what this is all about is it's a fun way that we can really thank our residents who they open up their homes, our county each year. Last year was over 15 million visitors, and we couldn't do it without them. This is a fun way to celebrate our residents and our county, and we're doing that in a number of ways this year. First and foremost, you can go into 727day.com And you can see we've got a full listing of we partnered with over 100 local businesses to create 727 inspired deals for residents to take advantage of all week, not only this weekend. And we also have on there, you can go check in, you can earn points for prizes. Next on there, the most popular thing, and hence the t-shirt that I'm wearing today, is you can request an exclusive, one-time only, custom Chad Mize 727 day t-shirt. And if anybody local here knows Chad, he's become somewhat of a local celebrity. He also created our t-shirts that you've seen around town: St. Pete, London, Tokyo, Paris. We also this weekend are going to be celebrating all weekend, but it all culminates on Sunday during the day at noon. There's a noon ball game up in Clearwater at Kyer Ballpark, where the Threshers, we're going to be rooting them on. Come out, be one of the first 727 fans behind home plate. Come check out our activation. We'll give you a t-shirt. And then that evening down at the St. Pete Pier, we partnered with the pier. They're celebrating their 5th anniversary, and we're going to have the best drone show you've ever seen with over 1,000 drones that evening. We'll also be giving out some swag there. If you can't make it to anything, you still want the t-shirt, we know how popular they are. They will run out. Go on there, 727day.com, request your t-shirt, and we'll hook you up. So again, thank you very much for recognizing the vital role that tourism plays in the community, and thank you to our residents for making it happen.
Thanks for the t-shirts. We all appreciate it. So my fellow commissioners, come on, and we'll get a picture with our esteemed CEO here. It was a light day for proclamations today, but it was a good one. So now we're going to move into public comment. All right. First member of the public to speak is Gary Orr. Is Gary here? Oh, come on. Okay, great. You ready with the timer? Good afternoon, Mr. Orr.
Good afternoon. Try to make this quick. I'm on the board of Warwick Hills Homeowners Association, and I was here about a year ago speaking about some of the issues we were having. And to your credit, came through, had the trash piles removed. That was great. We still have issues, though, that are going on. We have a fence replacement and a firewall that was promised 11 years ago we're still working at. We are asking and pleading for communication. On 3/8/24, I sent an email out to everyone regarding the issues. Had no responses. I don't know if they were killed by the gatekeepers or if they ever reached your desk. And on 4/15, not more than 75 yards from my house on the camera, there was a meeting with 4 people discussing the firewall, and we have had no communication. So we're pleading and asking for communication because we're going to change our bylaws. We're going to put in fences, but one of the things we got from the Booker Creek is you cannot have anything within 5 feet of the fence because it would preclude them from doing the construction. So we're in a little bit of a quandary wanting to know what's going on. That's why I'm here today, got a week before school. And I know in comparison, this is a minor thing. And I understand that with all that's gone in the Pinellas County and how devastated we've been. I have a fellow worker at my school that lost everything, home, everything. So it's a minor thing. But like my wife, if she asked me to get spaghetti noodles on the way home and I got home, didn't have them, somebody's gonna be in trouble and somebody's gonna be sleeping on the couch. So I'm just asking if we can get a little more communication so we can make a plan. Thank you for your time.
If you wouldn't mind, if you could refresh that email and resend it with the current, and we'll get you an answer.
I can
Commissioners,
resend that.
Paul Cosby is well aware, and he'll reach out.
Okay, all right, got it, okay. If you don't, please let us know. And don't forget to stop at the grocery store on your way home.
Yeah, no couch for me, Ben. Let's see, it's March 8th, 2024, sent at 2:53 p.m.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time.
Okay, next we have Michelle Kyer. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Next, right there. There you go.
Sorry. Good afternoon. My name's Michelle Kyer, and I reside at 11-11 69th Avenue in Seminole. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to bring attention to a serious unresolved issue involving an unmaintained drainage swale and a dense cluster of invasive Australian pines near my property. These two factors have combined to create ongoing flooding problems that are now damaging private property, including my own. The drainage swale adjacent to my yard was designed to manage stormwater runoff, but has been neglected for years. It is now overgrown, clogged, and largely ineffective. Compounding this is the unchecked growth of Australian pines in and around the swale. These invasive trees are notorious for shallow root systems, constant shedding, and falling limbs. They are contributing directly to the obstruction of the water flow. During recent storms, including Hurricanes Debbie, Helene, and Milton, stormwater backed up into my yard because the swale couldn't function properly. What should have been managed drainage turned into standing water that lasted for days, caused erosion in my yard, and led to damage to the fence. Sections of the fence were undermined by saturated soil, pressure from pooling water, and heavy limbs from the Australian pines that have fallen directly onto parts of it. What started as a maintenance issue has now become a costly repair. This doesn't include our previous fence that was damaged by the Australian pines and the whole section of fence that was ripped from the ground and mangled by a Chinaberry tree in the same swale that was uprooted during Debbie. This isn't just inconvenient, it's damaging, unsafe, and a clear sign that the drainage infrastructure and surrounding vegetation are not being properly managed. My husband and I have contacted the appropriate departments, including the City of Seminole Public Works, Pinellas County Parks Department, Urban Forestry, where we've spoken with the arborist Drew McLean, and Stormwater Vegetation, where we've spoken with Jordan Blundinger, Senior Fields Operation Coordinator. We have emailed communications dating back to 2024, but so far no meaningful action has been taken. We are grateful to Commissioner Nowicki, who supported us with a CAT ticket to finally have the unsafe laurel oak removed from the center of the swale after it hit and downed the power lines in our yard, causing showers of sparks to rain on our home during Milton and almost light our house on fire. This is the only meaningful thing that has been done to support these issues, but the issues are far from being addressed completely and safely. There are currently 2 tickets in the C-Click Fix app that are open and assigned to Pinellas County Public Works, dating from June 30th, 2024 and June 25th, 2025, with nothing being done. There are at least 7 archive requests on the C-Click Fix app regarding these trees and unmaintained swales. Other residents on our street have called and voiced concerns of similar issues, and nothing has been resolved. I respectfully request that the county take immediate steps to inspect the drainage swale and surrounding area, clear the obstructions, and either remove.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll have somebody get back with you. Next, we have David Ballard, Gettis Jr.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners.
David.
Oh, excuse me. Stay. David Ballard, Gettis Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. What is a 20-minute city? Does it have anything to do with Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the U.S. Constitution in the exercise of exclusive forms of taxation, formulating districts 10 miles square as the new seat of government and the secession of particular states in its exercise, in its particular and exclusive powers? a taxing district 10 miles square as the new seat of government based on Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of our current Constitution is in reality a water jurisdiction, a despotic jurisdiction fortified under the expanse of the water district. And the secession of particular states is a state of religion, as revealed on the reclaimed water variance application relative to the due process of the 14th Amendment thereof. The religion in particular, as deduced in the 14th Amendment, is the religion of Christianity, taxing the liberty, property, and life of Christians in its particular and its exclusive powers. So how is such a prejudicial and sacrilegious state intending on fortifying itself as enumerated from Article 1, Section 2? Are the roundabouts to be used to delineate and fortify boundaries in the manifesting of a surveillance state in its contriving of tyrannical forms of taxation and possibly using the reclaimed water to cause a real pandemic, using our sprinkler system as a super spreader, intending to affect our respiratory system, killing us, giving rise to quarantine zones 10 miles square, as I live in what's known as a reclaimed water ready-to-serve zone, taking our property in Statute 15303, Section 5. Are 20-minute cities here to conquer Christianity, taking our life and property as process thereof, as enumerated, laying us to bear as based on Section 2 of the 14th Amendment, and during such pandemic, will drones be used to monitor the civilian population, using drones for facial recognition and using autonomous weapons? Will these drones gun down and destroy those who react adversely against what's going on or suspect that actual warfare is being conducted upon them with biological weapons disguised as a pandemic? Is that what a 20-minute city is intended on doing? Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay, next we have Ron Walker.
Ron Walker, I live at 7100 Olmsted in Largo. I delivered to each of you today a brochure, a folder. The folder was inspired by my watching the end of your commission meeting in February when you had an informal discussion of false claims legislation. Now, my reading or seeing the videos indicated that you knew nothing about it and you had little interest in learning. At that meeting, the assistant county attorney, young man, gave a pretty good definition of what a key TAM lawsuit is. But he said he didn't know anybody had ever used them. For those of you who will take the time to read the cover letter of the folder I left today, you'll see that enlightened counties in Florida are recovering tens of millions of dollars stolen from the populations of those respective counties. When you open the brochure, you will see on the left side, Miami-Dade County's false claims ordinance. On the right side, you'll see Broward County's. I recommend you guys read them, and if you have the time, you don't have to work too hard, adapt Broward County's false claims ordinance, because with the stadium being developed, thieves all over the country are getting their private jets together to come here to steal from Pinellas County. It's going to be $1 billion development. And we don't have a false claims ordinance to protect the whistleblowers who are afraid to come forward, such as the truck drivers for Waste Management who didn't come forward when Clearwater was stealing $1 million from the people, not throwing the recyclables in the garbage. Had we had the false claims ordinance, one of those truck drivers might have come forward. So I think you ought to pass one in order to protect the guys who will expose the thieves. Pretty easy. Thank you, Ron. Thank you. Have a good day, guys. Be sure to read it now. Just don't put it in your file.
Next, we have Paul Pristash.
Hello, my name is Pavel Pristash. I go by Paul, 6481 Almerton Road. And I was here not too long ago, speaking a lot bolder than I am now. Now I'm shaking because I realized that it is what I was afraid of. You guys can just destroy somebody's life single-handedly, unfortunately. Since then, my wife has filed for the divorce, and my finances and everything else has crumbled. But all this is happening because my political speech. I come from Ukraine, that is a really terrible country, and where Ukrainians are killing Ukrainians essentially right now. So I started speaking to Americans, telling them, don't let this country become like that. Since then, the sheriff department gave me a recommendation when I asked why my First Amendment rights are being taken. They said, move south of Skyway Bridge to more quiet area as a solution. Another county official told me, sell all your properties and enjoy a fresh start with your family, when I questioned my First Amendment rights. And the third recommendation was keep praying and seek mental health help. I was here asking for help about confiscation of my property located at 6481 Almerton Road. And after my little speech, one of the commissioners walked out, gave me their business card. I emailed, I called, I emailed, I called. Nobody responded to my phone calls yet. One of the commissioners did call me back, and when I returned his phone call, he didn't know what it was about. And he says, well, I'm in a lot. He responded, he says, he's into a lot of different things, politics, etc. I thought that was my kind of guy I could have met and took care of things the way that people do in Ukraine, but I don't believe in that kind of stuff. Right away, I figured, that's what he's into. I don't remember his name, but regardless. And he reminded me about the county, solid waste county. They have trespassed me from the place. So to make it easier for me to clean up my property for the county to be able to sell and confiscate. They sold it's worth $1 million. They sold my property at the auction for $366,000. The county is rewarding themselves with $100,000 for doing such a good job for ripping me off. It's not enough that my wife left, my reputation's ruined, my missionary service, my church service that I had, everything's ruined. I'm not getting punished enough. They got to take away $100,000 from me and then give me $266,000. So I should be okay with that. I should be grateful that I'm getting that. And what have I done wrong? When they cited me for all kinds of different things, I replaced the fence, I painted the house, I put the roof on the house, and I chased him like a little puppy, asking him, what else do you want from me? I'm so sorry, I forgot, I have to be like David Barrera. I'm learning from him. You got to nonchalantly say, oh, sorry, Your Honor, there's nothing else we can do. So I'm trying to train myself in that, but I can't. It's a lot more emotional for me. To have that kind of attitude towards, somebody's life's being ruined, and you just, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do. Besides that, they never properly notified me of the beginning of the fines, where it's supposed to get my signature confirmation that I received the notice that from this day you're getting fined this much money. Never this, so it's in the first page of the court. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jessica Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jessica Barnes, can you please raise your hand in the Zoom application? We can go ahead and unmute you.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you. Please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, do you all hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
We can.
Hello, my name is Jessica Barnes. I'm a homeowner and I live at 5849 North Park Street here in St. Petersburg. I'm reaching out today with a sincere request to consider building a sidewalk along North Park Street from Ingalls Park Drive to Park Boulevard. It's about a 1.5 mile, like a 1.5 mile stretch that currently has no safe path for pedestrians. The street is heavily used by cars, yet residents, including children, seniors, and those with disabilities, have no safe way to walk or bike to nearby destinations, such as Winn-Dixie, Wawa, Dunkin' Donuts, or Seminole Lanes. A sidewalk here would not only improve pedestrian safety, but it would also connect our community to essential local services and expand across to the Pinellas Trail, encouraging healthier, more sustainable transportation options. But because there's no sidewalk, it's only really safe for cars to drive there. I believe the small infrastructure investment could have a major impact on neighborhood safety and mobility. And yep, that's all I wanted to request or put out there. If there's some space in the budget to put a sidewalk on North Park Street from that Publix to Park Boulevard. And yes, last thing, let's tax the rich. That's all I have today.
Thank you. Okay, next, and I'm going to apologize in advance because I'm probably not going to do this name any justice. I'm going to go with the last name. I think it's Khargu, Khargu. Wants to speak on flooding in Forest Square neighborhood.
Mr. Chair, I have him and also Miguel Medina Carrion registered to speak via Zoom and by phone.
Okay.
However, I do not have them as attendees in Zoom right now.
Okay, either one of them?
No.
Okay, okay, all right, well, then we shall move on. All right, that will conclude public comment. Now we're going to move on to consent agenda, items 3 through 17. Would anybody like to pull any items? 4 and 16? 4 and 15, okay. We're going to pull 4 and 15. Any others? We have a motion to approve consent with the exception of 4 and 15. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Eggers, a second by Commissioner Flowers. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, passed unanimously. All right, now we'll move on to item number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to give a shout out to the Division of Inspector General. I like to do that from time to time and the work that they do on behalf of our residents, keeping an eye on the operations that go on here in Pinellas County. So there was a capital contracting and general solicitation process. They had 10 suggestions, 4 that management completely concurred with, and 6 they partially concurred with. So there were some changes there. I think that was to the betterment. I won't get into the details, but I thought that was a good report. Then there was an audit of the Construction Licensing Board. It's a change fund, small item, but anyway, it was investigated and all turned out good. So that was excellent. And then a follow-up audit. So they do audits and then they do follow-up audits for quality assurance review process. 3 had already been implemented and 3 were partially implemented, and there was still ongoing discussion. So anyway, I wanted to give kudos to the department and to our departments working closely with them to do the work for the residents of Pinellas County, and I move approval on item 4.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Flowers. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Carries unanimously. And moving on to item number 15.
Yeah, number 15. I just wanted somebody to maybe take a few minutes to explain the engineering request here, what it's for, because I think it's a very significant project in North County and certainly East Lake Road from Curlew all the way up to North Trinity Boulevard. So if somebody could just maybe speak a little bit to the essence of the project, the time frame of it, just for communication purposes with our residents. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Kelly.
Kelly Hammer-Levy, Public Works Director. So this is a PD&E, or Project Development and Environmental Study, and what this is intended to do is ensure that this project is eligible for federal funding. So it requires us to go to through an in-depth environmental analysis of the project itself. We will be looking at all the various alternatives for improvements at each of those intersections. At the same time, I just want to say we are going through and we're doing the design on the proposed bridge improvements as well as a study for one, and those are moving concurrently. It does not affect the PD&E. It allows us to kind of move those things in parallel so that we can make some progress at the same time. But ultimately, our goal here is to get through this study, look at what we need to do at each of those intersections to improve the flow of traffic, what needs to happen to move people north and south safely, while making sure that we're eligible for federal dollars if that opportunity comes available.
And Commissioners, I think you're going to see with the whole East Lake corridor, there's going to be many different pieces to this. One, it's going to require a lot of funding. But little pieces like this put us eligible then to go after some of that funding. And I know Kelly's met with WIT regarding how to make that project compete as best as possible on some funding streams. So all of those pieces are going to need to come together along with the state funds that we requested. Obviously, this year wasn't a good year for that. Hopefully next year will be better. But this is one piece of many to be able to try to realize improvements. And it'll probably cross a couple of pennies, this penny and next penny, in order to be able to have the sufficient funding to be able to make the project happen.
Thank you.
It's going to take about 2 years.
2 years for this part?
Yeah.
And then at that point, you have the product that you can use for?
Yes,
Right.
this process it is very extensive. It does include a lot of community engagement. We actually have to have a public hearing at the end of it, which ultimately the board has to adopt the recommended alternatives in that plan, and then we would go to design after that. So it is quite a lift, especially on the public engagement side. There's all the upfront environmental work that has to be done, but then we have to go to the community and present all this, and they have to weigh in, and then you have to weigh in.
So the improving technology for our lights, if you will, I know there's some continuing development of that. Are those being implemented on the East Lake Corridor? Do you know where we are with that process?
I have a quarterly report that I'm getting ready to send out to you that I typically send out every quarter. I'm not sure of the schedule on this one, but I'm sure it's in that report. But yeah, we are continuing to deploy those improvements on East Lake Road. Additionally, we're getting ready to make an improvement at the intersection of East Lake and Ridgemore and Tarpon Woods Boulevard, excuse me, that'll help with some throughput through that intersection as well. And then, of course, in that corridor this weekend, we have this week we have the meeting there on the Ridgemore Boulevard Bridge, which is all part of improving this area overall.
I'm going to continue screaming for, rush hour stuff, because to me, there's nothing more frustrating than come to these lights. There's no cross traffic going on, and the same cycle that's there at that time is there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon or 11 o'clock in the morning, and it certainly needs to be shortened. There needs to be a priority, and in that case, a north-south traffic. I'm looking forward to seeing what those alternatives are for the intersections, but that's a long ways off. So anyway, thank you for that. I appreciate it, and I move approval.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Egger, second by Commissioner Wikin. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, you're welcome. Carries unanimously. Okay, now we'll move on to our regular agenda item, number 18, first one.
Item 18 is a project application with Federal Aviation Administration for the Clearwater St. Pete International Airport. This would provide funding for the construction administration of the passenger terminal.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Nowicki. Any discussion? No? Okay, if the clerk can open up the voting, please. Okay, passed unanimously. Thank you. Item number 19.
This is fiscal year 2026, a lead event funding recommendation from the Tourism Development Council. Recommended to fund 49 events, $2.6 million.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Latvala. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, if we could open up the voting. Okay, passes 4-2. Okay, item number 20.
So declaring county surplus property and authorizing its conveyance to the Housing Authority. This will allow for some affordable housing complex for Heritage Oaks Senior Housing Complex.
Okay. All right, thoughts of the board?
Move approval.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Nowicki, second by Commissioner Flowers. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, if we could open up the voting. Yeah, that does that sometimes. I don't know why. There we go. All right. Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you. Item number 21.
This is an MSTU for Neighborly Care Network in Palm Harbor for a roof replacement.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Egger, second by Commissioner Nowicki. Any discussion? Okay, we can open up voting. Passes unanimously. Item 22.
This is a MSTU for Palm Harbor Library for library shelving.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Egger, second by Commissioner Flowers. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, if we can open up voting. Okay, passes unanimously. Item number 23.
This is a Palm Harbor Parks and Rec, an MSTU for portable sports field fencing.
Move approval. Motion by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Flowers. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, you can open up the voting. Passes unanimously. Item number 24.
Item number 24, Commissioners, this is an agreement for professional design services for our new government campus. This is with HOK. They're here today. This is going to be a kickoff of our new campus. This is huge. They're in the audience. I haven't met them yet, but Blaine, maybe if you want to at least introduce them to the commissioners, because this is a group that's going to be talking to you, working with you over the next year as we design our new campus and get into the details of this. And so if I could, I know we're moving right along, but Mr. Chair, if we could slow down and just introduce that, I think that would be appropriate.
Yeah, this is important. Let's do it.
Yeah, me too. And Robert's on his way up too. You know him, and he's really helped us through this process, getting a good firm on board along with Blaine and an entire team from the county, including Judge Crane and many, many others around that have helped us get to this point today. So Blaine.
Thanks, Barry. I'm delighted to introduce Jonathan Ray and Christine Bishop Johnson from HOK. They scored very highly with a multi-stakeholder review panel right here in this room. And I have to say that we've had a productive negotiation. We've gotten most everything we wanted in scope, and I think it's a fair fee. I want to credit Robert Shaw through CBRE and Crawford Cook, who has helped us as our owner's rep to negotiate this. I think we have, and I'm going to allow them to briefly share their background, but they have tremendous courts experience. It's a national firm with a local presence, and I think we're fortunate to have them.
All right, thank you. My name is Jonathan Ray with HOK, Senior Principal. As mentioned, we are an international design firm. We have 26 offices worldwide, but most importantly, we are here locally. We've been in Tampa since 1984, so we're now celebrating 41 years. Locally, we have more than 40 staff in the area, and our team of consultants is overwhelmingly local consultants. So this is a team that will be, the team working on this project, designing this project, is a local Tampa Bay area team. Christine?
Hi, I'm Christine Johnson. I'm a firm-wide director of civic and justice for HOK. I have spent nearly my entire career, over 2 decades, focused on civic and justice facilities. So I feel like I'm getting the best of all worlds within the Pinellas County project in getting to work on a court building as well as a government administration campus. So super excited to be here and to support the team.
Nice to meet you all.
Thank you.
Yep. Commissioner Eggers?
Just a real quick question. You all have seen the, I'm not quite sure what the definition of the work that's been done to date on the development of the square footage estimations or guesstimations, I guess, or whatever. What are your thoughts about it, and how do you feel like that launches us into a good, whatever the term of the contract is?
So we're going to take all of the information that we've seen and has been completed to date, and we understand the budget constraints that we're working in. We do feel like the square footage is accurate for the departments that have been identified. What we'll be doing is using that as a launch pad to move forward and progress the process and make sure that we validated that that's the right number of staff still, that those are the departments that we want to consolidate onto this campus and work within those square footages to have a very efficient and flexible facility for your future growth.
You all will do the full design package that'll be ready for all the cost estimations coming up, and any value engineering that'll be hopefully value engineering. I love that, but I do think it's important to come back to reality with what we have to offer. So.
Yes, sir. We'll be working through that together and making sure we're taking steps along the way to validate the scope and the budget as we move forward.
Excellent. Thank you. Look forward to working with you all.
Working with you as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. He didn't introduce himself.
I'm Robert Shaw. I work with CBRE as a consultant. I've been with this program for about 2.5 years now, working with Barry on the program management and then sourcing of the design services and then sourcing of the construction management services, which you'll see in a future meeting.
Okay.
So, and I'm very happy about this arrangement with HOK. I think got a first-rate team here to get us to our finish goal.
Okay. Barry, question. So if we have a desire or want or ask, nothing extreme, should we communicate that to you?
Depends on how extreme.
Well,
No.
Well, really, it's not
no.
huge. My only ask is that, and I don't know if others feel differently, but the configuration that we have
Yeah.
now where our aide is there with us, I would just like that same configuration.
No.
So that's why I said, should we
Sheriff,
talk
State
to you?
Commissioners, we have a lot of work to do. Engaging each one of you and getting these ideas and thoughts will be part of this process. So you will have opportunities to have that type of input. We're going to be looking at the configuration of offices, where your office is in location to the public meeting space, workspace, all those types of things. I've actually challenged them to say, give us some best examples of new space designs and where that is and what does it look like, technology that have been incorporated and how to have, and make sure that that's part of our thought process early on. So there's going to be a lot of work to do. You'll certainly have an opportunity to weigh in on that. And we'll be bringing you some ideas and thoughts and having a brainstorming session with you as we progress on this design.
Okay.
We will also have the construction manager at risk. That contract will be on here for, I think, August 5th. So that'll be coming to you, and that'll be with Ajax. And they've worked out terms, so they're finalizing those details and bringing that to you.
Okay, that was my question. I look forward to working with you guys.
As do we. Thank you.
Commissioner Scheer and then Commissioner Wikin, then we'll go.
Thank you, Chair. I was not around when, I had just had a couple specific questions about the contract. You specifically excluded lift station designs and off-site utility designs, and I wasn't around when the property was purchased. Have we investigated the off-site utilities? Do we know that we can support up to 2,000 people in the building in a day with water and sewer? Are the lines off-site capable, or are we going to have to redo them all the way down to the?
There's more analysis that needs to go into that. So we agreed to set that off to the side and put some contingency aside that could deal with that.
If we got to run new sewer lines all the way to a sewer plant, that could be
We've
very.
spoken with our public utilities, and the City of Largo owns the lines in front of us, so there's more to be done there, but we're aware of it, and we are, budgeting to the side for it.
Okay. And then the other thing I didn't understand, just curiosity, is why does a courthouse cost $600 more per square foot than regular offices? I didn't understand the double the cost on.
So courthouse square footage cost is generally higher than office construction cost, and that's because of the amount of security components, the different paths of circulation that go into a modern courthouse. Additionally, if there is any holding that's ever contemplated to be in a courthouse, that's a higher cost factor. So it's more the specialty spaces and to be able to keep all of the different circulation streams separate as you're moving through, how you integrate that security. Because in a modern facility, the only place the judicial officers, the public, and anyone in custody or testifying or meeting are within the courtroom itself. So that does drive up your costs there.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wikin?
Thank you, Chair. You guys have quite an impressive resume and a lot of projects, so excited to look forward with you, work with you guys and the rest of the staff. Just for my input, looking at a lot of the designs of courthouses you guys have done, it seems like they're just a lot of glass. And so for my input that I've kind of been saying all along is I'd like to see, classical architecture that's more timeless, and I think can be modern and energy efficient on the inside, but just to have nice classical components, because a lot of things just kind of seem like, you've done a few courthouses, but and court systems, but they don't even really look like courthouses, just kind of like modern glass buildings. And so that wouldn't be something I would be supportive of, and I've been on the record for that. But you guys are good, and just my 2 cents.
That's something we'll definitely, in our kickoff visioning sessions, want to talk with all of the stakeholders about what do we envision this new campus to look like. We pride ourselves on being able to produce buildings that are contextually appropriate to their communities, and we're working in different architectural styles all around the country. So I'm confident that we'll be able to come to a design consensus here.
The last piece, as far as we're talking about design of the buildings, are you all going to also bring in campus design ideas or concepts as well?
Yeah, we're covering the entire scope, so the design of the campus, design of the buildings, the layout of the overall site, and then all the various engineering that goes into that, civil, structural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing is all included within our contract.
So green space, movement?
All the above.
Any of that? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I might, I should have mentioned, in addition to the excellent work of Robert Shaw to get many of the elements that Commissioner Eggers was referencing, our purchasing division did a great deal of work along with our county attorney's office, so they got us here today.
Great, thank you. All right, do we have any other questions, or?
Move approval.
Okay, motion from Commissioner Wikin, second from Commissioner Flowers. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, if we could open up the voting.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
Robert.
Nice to meet y'all. Passes unanimously. Item number 25.
All right, item number 25 is 4 applications for funding under the Penny for Pinellas Employment Sites Program. So total of all 4 requests, a little over $8.8 million. The individual projects are listed within your packet.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Latvell, a second. Was that Commissioner
Moving.
Flowers? Or
Yes.
Okay, we'll go Commissioner Flowers. Okay. All right, any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Open up the voting, please. All right. Passed unanimously, thank you. Item number 26.
It's a grant funding agreement with Boley Centers for the Florida Department of Children and Family Services Individuals Experience Homeless Grant Program. This is a collaborative, you can see, between different agencies, provides funding $400,000 for 3 years. The matches are also listed from the various agencies.
Motion from Commissioner Wikin, second from Commissioner Eggers. I do have one quick question on this. It says Elios to serve an average 90 clients over the 3-year grant period. Is that 90 per year or 90 over the 3 years?
90 per year.
90 per year.
I'm looking back to Karen. So.
Okay, got it. Okay. All right. Well, that was my only question. Unless there are any other questions, we have a motion and a second, so let's open up the voting. Voting seems stuck. Here we go. Okay, passed unanimously. Item number 27.
This is a funding recommendation for the 2024 Burn Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, Countywide Grant Program. 6 projects totaling $232,000.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Nowicki.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Flowers. Okay.
You beat me just.
Any further discussion? Okay, if we could open up the voting. Passes unanimously. Item number 28.
It's a grant agreement, Florida Department of Environmental Protection for environmental remediation at the former Toy Town landfill. This was a long time coming. It's $15 million. There's no match requirement. We will be bringing projects forward to you, but this has been tied up at the state level in the grant agreement. So this is just codifying the grant agreement.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Latvell, a second by Commissioner Nowicki. Yes, Commissioner Flowers.
Is this reimbursement, or they just will?
It's $15 million, so we can use it for identified purposes. Obviously, we got to have the discussion about what we're going to use that for,
Okay.
and that'll be forthcoming. But this preserves the funding to be able to
Draw
use
down.
that in the future.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there's no further discussion, if we could open up voting. Passes unanimously. Item number 29.
Okay, the next three, these are award of bid to preferred materials. This is for the 2026 pavement preservation, package number 1. And you see the areas listed in your packet, $4.5 million.
Commissioner Eggers, question? Okay.
Just real quick, I mean, I was noticing on all three of them.
Kelly, come on up.
Noticing on all three of them that we are under budget from the estimate that was originally done. So where did we pick that up, and is it helping in our tight penny budget that we have? These are, I mean, this is good news, because
They probably increased their engineer's estimate over the last couple of years because everything came in over. But go ahead, Kelly.
Excuse me. Kelly Hammer-Levy, Public Works Director. Yes, we've been actually just had a pavement management meeting, and that was one of the topics, is we're seeing the estimates come in under expected, even actually a little less expensive than what we're currently paying. So we're not exactly sure what's driving those numbers right now. So we have really, really excellent pavement numbers because we do so much paving. But this is a lot of the dedicated millage money. So some of it is that, and then the other, like about 12 million a year, goes to from the penny for Pinellas. So it'll definitely stretch those dollars and allow us to do more. It's good news from that perspective.
And you'll keep us up to date on how we're doing as far as getting caught back up on all of our work.
Yes, correct. And you should have access now to our pavement management dashboard. BTS advised me that he had given you all access. So if you have any issues with that, you can either reach out to Alex through BTS or feel free to reach out to me and I'll walk you through it. And it does update routinely. Sometimes the financial side is a little bit behind just because the invoicing is a little delayed. We know the road's complete, but then we got to process an invoice and that goes through Oracle.
Thank you.
Are you able to send us a link on that, just for the sidewalks?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, sir?
Are you able to send out the link for the sidewalks?
Oh, for the sidewalks as well? Yes, I will get with Alex and BTS. I'm not sure what link he provided you, and I want to make sure that it works.
Thank you.
All right, we had a motion by Commissioner Wikin, second by Commissioner Eggers. Any further discussion?
Is this on all three, or can we do all three?
I mean, we probably could do all three. I mean, do you want to do?
Can if you make the motion.
Okay, so 29, 30, and 31, is that right?
Perfect.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion for 29, 30, and 31, and a second for 29, 30, and 31. Okay.
And Kelly, just so you know, Kelly, I didn't see any maps on 31, so in the work, the backup. It was on the other two, but not on that one, so thank you.
All right, if we could open up the voting. Passes unanimously. Now, that's what I call efficiency, 3 at 1. All right. All right, item number 32.
This is a grant agreement with U.S. EPA for our air pollution control program, $225,000.
Okay. We have approval. Motion by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Nowicki. Any further discussion? Hearing none, if we could open up the voting, please. Passed unanimously. Moving on to item 33.
This is our hazard mitigation grant program. This is with the Florida Department of our Division of Emergency Management. These are our public works projects. So the items that we talked about last Thursday, these are the public works items, and they're listed within your packet.
Okay. All right, motion from Commissioner Nowicki, second by Commissioner Flowers. Is there any further questions or discussion? Hearing none, if we could open up the voting, please. Passes unanimously. Moving on to item 34.
Modification number 1 to a subgrant with the Florida Department of Emergency Management for our span wire supported traffic signals with mast arms. This brings in some additional federal funding.
Okay. All right. Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Nowicki. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. If we could open up the voting. Passes unanimously. Moving on to item 35.
For the next three items, this resolution is inclusive of the county's beach erosion control programs for the Florida Beach Management Funding Assistance. So the first, item 35, this is for the Sand Key segment. And then, again, you can see the breakdown for the potential for award for emergency management.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Wikin for items 35, 36, and 37, and was that a second by Commissioner Flowers? Okay. Yeah, we are so efficient. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none, if we could open the voting. Okay, passed unanimously. Moving on to item 38.
It's a road deed transfer in City of Treasure Island for Kingfish Drive.
Okay.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Eggers. Second by Commissioner Nowicki. Okay, any discussion? Okay, we can open the voting. Okay, passed unanimously. Item 39.
This is a change order number 1, so for him to be able to do additional work. This is on a work order contract for sewer repairs throughout the utility system.
Okay. Will the board?
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Eggers. Second by Commissioner Nowicki. Any discussion? We could open up the voting. Passed unanimously. Moving on to item 40.
Item 40 is under the HMG program that we talked about last Thursday. These are for the utility projects that were recommended as part of that program.
Okay. Have a motion? Motion by Commissioner Nowicki. Second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Eggers. Okay, any discussion? All right, hearing none, we could open up the voting. Passed unanimously. Moving on to 41.
And we're asking item 41 to be pulled.
Okay, pulled. Okay. Moving on to item 42.
It's a termination of convenience with an agreement with New Era Electric. They just couldn't keep up, so it's for non-performance because they can't meet the requirements.
Okay. Do you have a motion?
Move approval.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Eggers. Second? Second by Commissioner Flowers, then a question, okay.
I think previously when we talked about companies that weren't able to complete their assignment,
You don't need it?
they were
Okay.
able to complete their assignment, is it that they would not be eligible to apply again or to submit an application again, or did we talk about that?
Well, I don't know the answer to your question, Commissioner. Joe or Jeremy, do you want to answer that? Probably a Joe, a purchasing issue.
It was, if
Wait.
you recall, we had
Yeah,
that one
we've had
neighborhood that had that huge problem with the
I think
company.
they just
that-
couldn't perform, but I'm sure it's different on different situations.
Okay.
But I'll let Joe Laurel.
Or
address
even
that.
if there's a time frame by which they cannot apply because there were issues apparently with their ability to handle the project.
Joe Laura, Director of Administrative Services. Since this was canceled for convenience, there is no suspension of the firm.
Okay,
Yeah, so.
okay. All right. That's different than, like you
Right.
said, than before where they just kind of walked off the job.
Well, we wanted them gone. We both, in this situation, we both agreed. We both agreed.
Time to move on.
It's mutual, right?
Okay,
Great
thanks.
clarification. Thank you, Joe.
All right. Any further discussion? Okay, if we can open up the voting. All right, passed unanimously. All right, item number 43.
This is issuance of 8 new certificates for non-medical wheelchair transport and stretcher van providers.
Okay. Do we have a motion? Motion by Commissioner Flowers,
Second.
second by Commissioner Eggers. Any discussion? Okay, if we can open up the voting. Passed unanimously. Item number 44.
It's a purchase agreement with Line V Systems for the purchase of full-body X-ray machines at the medical examiner's office.
All right, motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Nowicki. Any discussion? Okay, if we can open up the voting. Passed unanimously. Moving on to 44, Madam Attorney.
Items number 45 and 47, I did make reference last week during the agenda review that those could possibly be pulled. We are going to go ahead and pull those because these cases are still actively being mediated with staff from the Office of Human Rights. However, our new county director is here today. She was going to answer questions in case you had them, so I did want to just point out Bettina Barron, our new director for Human Rights. I think Commissioner Flowers is the chair of that board. Bettina's back there. The poll is probably blocking your view. So Bettina is the county's new director. Again, we're going to pull those cases, but she was coming here to answer questions, so I thought I would make sure that all of you got to put a name with a face there.
Got it. All right, so 45 and 47 have been pulled.
45, 47 we're pulling.
All right. Okay, well then let's move on to 46.
On 46, this is a ratification of a case that has been filed. This was for an animal cruelty case. We have already gotten the order from the court. We seized the dog. We are maintaining the dog because the court approved it. And Commissioner Eggers, I think you might have been the commissioner that asked last week, when we have cases like this where there is cruelty proven, we do get an order from the court that enjoins the defendant from owning animals in the future. Now, I'm not exactly sure how to enforce that unless they're trying to adopt from our shelter. Unless, information is brought forward. But I was also advised by staff with Animal Services that for anybody that we encounter, whether it's, one of these types of actions or if they get an ordinance violation relating to care for animals, they will not be able to ever adopt another animal from our shelter. But we do, for the cases that we file in circuit court, we do have the court order that they are enjoined from owning any animals. So again, this is the ratification, and again, just wanted to provide that information.
All right, do we have a motion? Motion from Commissioner Lavella. Second from Commissioner Eggers. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, if we can open up the voting. All right, passed unanimously. Item number 48.
On item 48, I'm asking for approval of the public official bond that was issued for the supervisor of elections. And again, I explained last week, she got a little bit off cycle from the rest of the constitutional officers, so this is intended to get her back on cycle with the other 4 constitutionals.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Lavalla, second by Commissioner Wikin. Any discussion? Hearing none, if we can open up the voting. Okay, passes unanimously. And then county attorney reports.
No reports today.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to county administrator.
We have a little item with this, the county budget, but before we get that, and Chris, you can come on up. I want to kind of take this opportunity to wish 2 people the very best in their retirement. First, let's start out with Lourdes. So Lourdes hasn't been here, and she's got some personal issues. But Lourdes has given her heart and soul to not only the state of Florida, but Pinellas County for many, many years. Some of the lasting impacts she's going to have is around, she's worked with Karen and an entire team on issues of drug interdiction, working with our hospitals, creating programs that helps our residents through human services. The work on mental health in so many different areas. Well, this is her last meeting. She's working remotely, but I'm sure she's watching. And we want to just wish her and Dave the very best. Truly gave her heart and soul, and I personally just appreciate everything she's done, and I wish her and her family the very, very best.
Absolutely.
That one we have to do remotely. The next one we don't, because Nancy McKibben is also her last meeting with us. Nancy's worked for the county for over 20 years, 6 representing our communities in North County. I didn't know Nancy when we first created the position of assistant to the county administrator. She walked in, and Raheem was telling me about her. And then you listen to what she's done in Palm Harbor through the years as a volunteer, and just her community involvement made her just the ideal person to start that role up. And so she's just been an invaluable asset to North County, to the community, and it goes far beyond her service with the county, but even just as a resident and as a mom and as a resident in that area. So I just want to wish Nancy and Dan the very best. in their retirement as they just did a really nice trip, and I'm sure now they'll be able to do even more. So again, just wishing her the very, very best.
Congratulations.
With that, well, yes, will you pass the budget, please? With that, we'll start by coming up and walking through the budget. You got it? All right, well, stay here, you're not going anywhere. So, Commissioners, we're here to introduce the recommended 2026 proposed budget. As you know, this is the beginning of our budget process. We've worked with all of our constitutional officers, our appointing authorities, and with each of you. That started many, many months ago as we talked about our strategic planning and hearing your priorities, hearing the department and our constitutional officer needs, and formulating and working through a process through a very tough year that had a lot of changes through the impacts of 2 hurricanes and the many things that have followed. But as we go through the budget, I first want to also take this opportunity to thank our employees. As you know, this has been a difficult year. They've worked extremely hard. And in every area, whether you're answering the phone or you're out in the field repairing a water break or you're over removing sand off of the beaches, it's our employees that really step forward. And that goes through all of the agencies that have really stood the test of time, worked hard over this past year. And so as we go into the details of the budget, I just want to not forget to thank them and the hard work that they do every day. It's truly appreciated. They're finding ways, as you'll see in the budget, to reduce cost, absorb cost increases, be more efficient, while providing direct services that our residents need and want. And, you know, if you talk to a resident, it's whether that water main was fixed or whether that road was repaired or what all the things that they do day to day is really what our residents see and feel. And it's their work that makes that happen. So the teamwork and the commitment from everybody involved, I just, again, want to say thank you. And now we'll get on with the beginning of the budget.
I see what you did there. You put a dog on that picture, on that slide, to just kind of soften us up.
So, you know, I was on a, I was going to do this. I was on a Teams call the other day, and I was working remote, and I held up my dog, and everybody, the temperature just came down. So I should have brought my dog with me today. You know, everybody was in a good mood following that. But as we kick off our budget, as you know, our proposed operating budget is a little over $3.6 billion. As you also see, and you know, that $261,000 is our new CDBG DR program. This is our People First Pinellas program. This budget includes a 3% general salary increase for our hardworking employees. As you see, that covers $3.2 million. But what you'll also see is that you'll find many areas throughout where our costs have gone up. We don't have a choice. That cost is increasing. You saw that the other day in the sheriff's presentation. He has fixed costs that continuing to escalate. Many of those unfunded mandates, both out of the state and federal government. Here we're absorbing those cost increases. We're trying to assume those. We did support limited decision packages for things over in like the public defender's office, where it makes it more efficient for that decision package for them to do their work. They're getting body camera footage in to be able to sort and be able to do that rather than go through and watch every single video. Just makes good common sense. So those are also incorporated within the budget. We just talked about
that on that first page, just from a verbiage standpoint. I think you said $261,000 for the first one.
Oh, 261 million. Yeah, a little bit different.
Yeah.
For our CDBG DR program.
No big deal, but
you know, 1,000 millions. I think it's a pretty big deal.
Very quick question on that. So that's what we anticipate of the $813 million. We anticipate spending $261 in.
Correct. That's incorporated into this budget. Again, that's federal funds that are flowing through, but as you see the totals, those are incorporated into those totals and reflected in that. As you also, we just talked about our roadway improvements, the dedicated millages produced $43 million. And I think there's a slide later that talks about what we're able to accomplish with that. As the chair and I have also seen, our facilities maintenance team and our new capital construction group, it started, the same way we've addressed our sidewalk repairs and our roadway repairs. Well, we have a backlog of facility repairs that they're now able to begin to tackle. We've incorporated $2 million for recurring funding for facility repairs. It makes good sense. We go through a whole facility assessment, and we make sure that we spend the money wisely. But just the chair and I, when we were out, we were visiting, and they had leaky skylights. Well, that makes no sense long-term, obviously. One, our employees have to live through that, but two, it has a long-term financial cost of not making repairs at the right time. So we've incorporated $2 million of ongoing repairs for that team. The capital budget includes things like our beach nourishment program, as our largest years of Penny are in the middle of the decade because we've had to ramp up engineering, get all that, and now you're starting to see those projects come to fruition. Our airport parking garage and the new terminal is also part of our capital plan. Utility enhancements and repairs. You've seen Jeremy talk a lot about how they're getting ready to really make some difference out in unincorporated Seminole and other areas for some of our find and fix programs. Those are also part of our program. Our ARPA projects are on track, and as you know, they got to be completed by 2026. And I'm looking over to Chris to make sure I get the date right. Our challenges this year, it's not a surprise. Hurricanes Debbie, Helene, and Milton all presented operational challenges and had a significant hit financially. We had over $1.5 billion of demolition countywide. What that means is we have properties that are under demolition that are not on the property tax rolls. So they came off this past year. And so normally that would be on. Now, as we see from other areas, it'll come back. The question is that next year, 2 years from now? What we're seeing out of Lee County, there was just an article in the paper where it's almost 3 years later, it came back and it came back stronger. We'll have to wait and see what happens here. But some of the properties probably sold. They came back. They don't have the caps on them, and so it came back stronger. But again, right now we have over $1.5 billion of property that are in demolition state. We have new growth that was $1.3 billion. So the net to our budget is a negative $189 million off of the property tax rolls. That $1.5 billion under the current valuation would be $6.7 million of funding that isn't in our budget as a result of that demolition. We continue to struggle with unfunded mandates. As the sheriff expressed last Thursday, the Florida retirement system increased, just the increased cost, not the cost of retirement, but the increased cost to his budget was $8 million. For our law enforcement retirement system. We have new surface water requirements that will begin with a $500,000 increase just this next year on our monitoring requirements and inspection requirements. We have lead and copper rules that will increase our operating cost of $295,000, but $81 million of capital over all years of the program. Yeah, again, these are projects where things, in addition to all the contractual increases, that we don't have a choice, but these are unfunded mandates. This year, we also had the sheriff's hangar to come due. We planning that for years, but that $1.7 million is an actual increased cost that we will assume this next year. We talked about this during the BIS meetings, the Sexual Assault Services Program. In Human Services, we've looked at different ways and wanted to see what type of funding. We originally did not have that in as a recommendation, but they exhausted. Others stepped up. JWB stepped up and provided more funding. It wasn't enough, but the others are grants, so there's no additional opportunity to close the funding gap. Such an important service, we are recommending that within this budget.
Barry, on those unfunded mandates, I think the word for our legislative group is more about incrementalism. That's a big jump in 1 year. And to the idea of planning it over 3 and 4 years, I guess that would take planning, but 3 to 4 years to do that, $2 million a year, let's just say, makes it a lot more palatable and easier on our residents. I mean, that's at the end of the day what we're trying to do, right? So just that incremental, I don't think people are necessarily against what's being proposed. It's just the way it's being proposed, and it makes it tough.
This was a big hit. This was on the law enforcement side, so it's certified, sworn deputy side, where they made a change in state law that provided additional benefit, retirement benefit, and how that's calculated, and that was the increased cost of that. As you know, and we'll have to watch this in future years, if they add the COLA back on the retirement, that would have a devastating cost impact on our budgets. And it's not to say it's not the right thing to do, but it doesn't come with funding, and that funding's got to come from somewhere. And so that is a thing to watch in the future, and we need to make sure our legislators understand that.
Hey, Barry, on the unfunded mandates, if I'm looking at the cover letter on page 1, it says $20.1 million to fund mandates from the state of Florida and the Human Services Department. So that plus the sheriff plus a couple other miscellaneous things look like we're looking at about $30 million in unfunded mandates?
The 21 is fixed, so that's not an increase, but those are things that we're mandated to pay for.
Okay.
Here, come on up.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, good question. The 21 is a fixed amount. It's not an increase of 21, but 21 in human services includes things like Medicare payment, juvenile justice payment, things that we are required to make in the state budget.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
We tried to outline that because there was a lot of questions during the BIS about things that we're mandated to pay for. And so we're trying to highlight obviously the increases, but also the things that are state mandates. We don't have a choice, and so we've tried to incorporate those and to at least provide some outline about what those costs are. Okay, we probably should have been clear on that wasn't an increase. But, ways that we got here. Obviously, we had when we come to you before, we had a very large deficit. We worked with the sheriff's office, and I really appreciate the sheriff really stepping up and working with us. We've been able to reduce his budget by $1.7 million. He also, as he outlined on Thursday, raised revenue projections, which are fixed, and we're comfortable that these are real, of over $5 million, and then reclassified $9.9 million of recurring costs as one time. What that means is we can use one-time money for that, and then that'll come off as base for the following year because it's not required to be repeated. We're also recommending that we use one-time reserves of $4.7 million out of the health benefits fund to offset part of his insurance cost increases. He's seeing a spike of 14.9% increase in his health care costs. That is not normal, certainly not what we're seeing, but a 7%, 8% is more normalized. So we're thinking that this is a blip, a one-time cost, and that should normalize over future years. If not, we do have a strong healthcare fund that we could use to normalize that over a couple of years and do a smoothing, if in fact we see that as a normal operating cost. And frankly, if it's at that high, we're going to have to make some decisions in future years. Obviously, we cannot afford or sustain 14.9% healthcare cost increases. But again, that's a one-time adjustment. I think it's reasonable for this year to see exactly what happens. We faced this a couple of years ago, and we made the decision that we would budget part of it and take the risk because, again, we had the healthcare reserve, and it actually came in a lot closer to our lower estimate. So we'll watch that closely and report back.
Barry, what is our reserve level now with that?
Healthcare fund or in our reserves?
No, the health benefit fund.
Do you know what the healthcare fund is? Yeah, it's 40 or 50 million.
After that removal of 4.7.
I'll get you the exact number, but it's in that range.
Okay, thank you.
But again, that's spread over, just so you know, that's not all general fund because obviously we have a lot of funds, airport, everybody else is part of that. But We also worked hard on, and as you know, before we even brought the budget to you, the charge to the departments to report to you were to absorb cost increases, find efficiencies, and we've been doing that for many, many years, for several years. So we took another look at our general fund departments. We right-sized key line items. We've increased the amount of personnel lap savings that we've removed from the budget, and we've also looked at some of our internal costs. And so we cut another $8.1 million as a result of that. At this point, we're not meeting our reserve policy level, and this is going to be an interesting year because if we receive all of our FEMA funding. The question is are we going to receive our FEMA funding? And so that's something I think that we're going to have to watch and see how FEMA reimbursements play out over the next couple of years.
How much is that,
projected a
Barry?
certain amount that we would get back this year and a certain amount the following year. Again, there's no indication that we won't, but
How much is that
I think it was 23 million for next year that we were projecting. 20
million for this?
For this next fiscal year that we'd be getting back.
And I was asking Ken Burke about, it's about 9 million per percent, roughly. Yeah. So, I mean, just that amount, if you got that back, you're talking about roughly another 2% on our, wherever we are.
That's correct. And you'll see, I think we've got that on a future slide. It's about 17%. Yeah, it's 17.9%. So if we were able to get that back, it goes up 2%. Okay. So it's in between our reserve policy and the minimum reserve policy that we've talked about. And I think that'd be an appropriate time to talk about our reserve policies and decide. But again, this year, whether we're going to receive that reimbursement, I think is still an open question, given things that are occurring at the federal level. But, we've also, saw a lot of areas where normally we get back in reimbursements or grants or things like that, I think are questionable at this point. We've had questions about emergency management and some of their funding and stuff. So some of these reimbursements, I think, are just going to be touch and go, and we'll have to report back and discuss those on an ongoing basis.
That doesn't hurt our credit rating, does it? Since it's only a temporary?
One, no, it doesn't. And two, we still are above kind of the minimum threshold of what you would need for reserve policies. And so between budgeted reserves and also reserves like we have funding over for like our future buildings, that all goes towards reserve, even though we've separated that out to be able to work like on the new campus. Those all goes into our overall reserve policy. So we have sufficient reserves.
Barry, thank you for sharing that. Along those same lines, would we need to, or should we consider taking an action to address the change that we're doing? Not the changes, but what we're doing as it relates to our reserve policy that may be out of, I won't say out of bounds, but different than what we have in writing so that our action actually meets our policy.
Well, I think
even if we do that temporarily until we've had time to really, go through doing that. I just read an article about something that happened in South County with them doing something that was antithetical to their actual policy. And so I just want to make sure that we're clear that we don't have those issues.
I'll let Chris address it directly, but our policy states that you have a plan to be able to fund your reserves. Okay. And so we have a plan to fund our reserves. We just have to see if we get the funding from the reimbursement.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that if we need to do something, that we do it. So, yeah.
We'll bring it back to you.
Okay. All right.
We also, again, as I stated, we've really looked at limited decision package this year to focus on core needs. And we've also tested there's got to be a return on investment for just because somebody wants something, it's not in here. This is a tight year. This is a maintenance year. And so we've been really hard on decision packages. We've built, a base budget but we've really not expanded beyond the essentials. We've included a 3% salary increase, which is more in line with local governments. Almost all are in the 3.5% to 4% raise. Many of those also have merit. We do not have merit. That's a total salary increase for our employees. I did get a question from commissioners regarding, we have some career ladders, and we're going to have here in August an outline so we can go through how we do our compensation, and you have a clear outline before you make a decision regarding our compensation. But ours is at the low end of the market, and I've got a whole list of the municipalities and what they're proposing. We're at the very low end of the item. We want to certainly recognize our hardworking employees and also remain competitive. But we go back and we talk about, why do we do this? Why don't we just cut? Well, like I just talked about, sustaining our essential services. This provides for public safety. The majority of our budget goes to the sheriff, and that's, basic services. But it also goes for things like 911, utilities, health and human services, and so much more. Out of our, we talked in our strategic plan about affordable housing, emergency preparedness, economic development. It all goes to that whole system of the different programs we provide. We've talked about our transportation infrastructure and the cost impact of deferring maintenance. Go to your next slide.
Barry, I'm sorry, on the 911 services, are our salaries there in the market range? Are we up to speed on salaries for 911 folks?
We could do better, but we did provide a substantial increase for our employees to get us back in line with market. Just I think 2 years ago, was it, Jim? And so we did. That is obviously in any type of area, it's an ever-changing field or market. But yes, we did do a one-time adjustment to all of our ranges about 2 years ago to make us more competitive. That's really helped. It was a combination, because it's not always about pay. It's also about leadership and management. And it was a combination there of both. And Jim and his team really worked hard on making some changes. And we've really turned around the turnover rate at our 911 center. And I think it was a combination. We had to be competitive, and we had to address some leadership issues.
Does each shift there have more operators on duty than are actually working at any moment in time? Do they substitute out during the shift? Or, I mean, I'm just trying to get a sense of that position and obviously the importance of it and the market rates. Are we keeping our folks? Is the retention good? Are they being taken? I mean, I would think that would be a stressful job.
It's a very stressful position, and we have significantly reduced our turnover, significantly. But yes, to your answer, do they get breaks? Do they get all those things go into it? I'd have to get Jim up to answer the specifics about that, but it's a very important position, and I've heard nothing but a lot of positive things over the past couple of years.
Well, hopefully in subsequent meetings before September, we can have that discussion.
Be happy to.
And then just real quickly, you've got commas there, so I just put animal services. With some of the recent actions that have happened, like yesterday, I want to make sure that we're being as proactive as possible, not necessarily reactive to people complaining about a particular pet store in this case. So I just want to make sure that we've got the people that we need to be out there doing the work to identify problem, issues in areas. So that to me is really a big deal. So
it is, and the reason we put these up here is a lot of times, we go, well, just government, and we wanted to list out these are real things that impact our citizens every single day. Whether it's animal services, 911, sheriff's office, emergency medical services, emergency management. And you could go on out in Kelly's shop or Jeremy's shop, or, these are our employees touch people's lives, and they do it every single day, and they do it right in front of their house. And I think that's the reason we want to put these up there. This is what makes our budget.
That particular one obviously is extremely important, and I just encourage. I'm just so impressed with that department and the leadership there, but I just continue, be bold on this. Be as bold as you want to be, because I think we want to hear that.
You directed us to make some changes to the ordinance. That's going to be back before you here October, and for some
as quickly as possible.
Yes,
I know there's nothing else going on, but
they're working on it, and that'll be back before you here soon. Okay.
Thank you.
Implementation of the new CDBG DR program, our People's First program, and all of our floodplain management disaster after action recommendations from our lessons learned from last year are underway. We're completing the ARPA projects on time and delivering on the penny for Pinellas. It's a big deal. The projects all of our projects are in green status and will be completed by the end of next year. The same way, our Penny for Pinellas, all the projects that were listed on the 2017 referendum, those projects are underway and in the process of being completed. As you know, did recently with our beach nourishment, vital to our community, but also for storm protection. We're collaborating with the municipalities on our affordable housing, utility repair and improvements. We've talked a lot about the stuff that we talked about 3 or 4 years ago in utilities that really reduce SSOs and all those things. You got to design it. You got to get people involved, and those things take time. They're actually coming to fruition now. You're seeing actual projects, being made that will make a big difference in the future. And then we talked about the airport terminal project.
Chair. Barry, maybe not for now, but I don't know, on the last slide, it said airport terminal. I know there's was some conversation with like Allegiant and the terminal, and Blaine was working with that. I don't know if we can get an update on that, maybe.
We'd be happy to provide an update. He is meeting with them, and we'll provide more in the future on that.
Thank you.
Okay, and we'll have one-on-ones coming up, again, address some of that more directly. But as we talked about, and I knew there was a slide on this, but, several years ago, you asked us to really look at our road infrastructure and the 3 dedicated millages that you put out there. Back then, there were 933 miles of roadways that were not meeting our pavement condition index. Today, there's 169. We've made significant progress on making our roads to where we can keep them in a good state of repair. Remember, it's 7, 8, 9, depending on who you ask, more costly to reconstruct a road than it is to keep it in a good state and properly repair it and repave. Before that, we were talking 649 miles or 649 sidewalk backlog requests. Today, there's 18. That's because of the funding you provided and the direction you provided to get our infrastructure in a good state of repair. So as you can see, we're not there yet, but we've made a lot of progress on maintaining and getting our infrastructure to where we can properly maintain that. On our property tax millages, we have 23 tax millages rates. 6 are proposed for reduction. 16 remain unchanged, including the countywide general fund rate. And 1 is proposed to increase, as we talked about, for the Seminole Fire Rescue District. And we'll be going through that in greater detail at a future time. The big, I think, question for today, man, you're going quick with those slides there. Is there's a lot of uncertainty, and I think that's really the main thing. We've tried to prepare a budget, given that we're still in a recovery mode from the hurricanes, of kind of a status quo and a maintenance budget. But there's still a lot of uncertainty at state and federal funding levels. We continue to navigate the issues of inflation, storm readiness, and all this, and we're going to continue to watch and report back on that throughout the year as we not only prepare this budget, but we move into the 2026 budget cycle. Again, I want to thank our county commission for starting this process back with our strategic plan. For you identifying your priorities, all of our constitutional officers and appointed authorities, every single one contributed and worked with us in preparing the budget recommendation that's before you. We'll continue to work with each of you, meet with you, take your questions, get you additional information. We have meetings coming up here in August, and then obviously the budget hearings in September before you adopt it towards the end of September. With that, we will answer any questions you have. Chris is here with me.
Questions? Commissioner Eggers, I'm going to go to Commissioner Scher.
Well, I don't know how much we're going to get into stuff today, and maybe it is for future workshops. Well, I'm assuming that's kind of August. August is that time frame to look into things. Right. But I would encourage folks to, if they get a chance, to take a look at this budget introduction and overview section. I thought it was really good as it relates to pulling that key issues that we've faced or that we're facing, that our residents are facing, like alongside of us. And I think it's a really good piece. It's more qualitative, but there are some quantitative stuff too. It's probably about 20, 25 pages.
Chris and his team worked really hard to be able to kind of highlight and really pull out the budget in summary format so you can see some of those big pieces.
Yeah, and I think that gives folks at least a feeling what's going on in terms of putting a budget together. I mean, it's pretty complex. And so I just, again, just some thoughts, and I've talked about normalizing our budget, not necessarily in 1 year, but over the next 5 to 10 years. And so to that end, again, understanding our attrition on our employees. I'm not saying that gets us a lot, but I think we need to understand what that is. Average age 53, 54, 52, whatever it is. How is that going to change over the next 10 years? And how's that going to affect costs of doing business for our residents here? That would be one area. The other thing is that over the next 5 to 10 years, just taking a look at those CRA families of money that we've entrusted to different communities to probably do a better job than we would have done to increase that tax base over their base year, but it's grown to a big number, and they'll be coming due at different times, and how those monies get rolled back into our own budget as far as revenue. I think that's going to be an important piece to understand. And we can see those, we can lay them all out when they're due, and so we can start to see what that looks like as a percentage of our budget. Really a big deal to get a feel for that. Talked about animal services already. So talked about the CRA, retiring salaries. The one thing that our residents get a break on their millage rates, because we have this penny that they said was important to have to invest in infrastructure. And so I think that'll be that next penny will be a lot more infrastructure, but it keeps the tax rate down. If you didn't have the penny, you're going to have to find it someplace. So I just want the thought as we get those numbers all the way down, maybe we can take some of that. If we keep the millage, if we get rid of the millage, that may be one alternative. The other is we have a utility roadway out there, and I call it roadway. It's all of our distribution lines. And our residents continue to get rate adjustments because of operating increases, but also the massive capital that goes into our utility system. And I just think that's an area that we need to kind of scope out. They're already paying for utility rates. They're already paying for penny. They're already paying infrastructure. Is there a way that we can think through how we might divert some monies into that effort of working on our pipeline, our distribution system of sewer and water?
Intermixing penny with utilities?
No. I'm just saying, it's coming out of the taxpayer's pocket one way or another. I know it's different because Public Works is in the general fund and they have their own system. But I just think it's something to think through. Again, not talking about doing it now. Okay. I'm just talking about somewhere down the road giving relief once we've attained certain levels of performance on our roadway system. So just a thought, and again, I guess it's for future commissions to decide that, but it's certainly discussions to have for us. And do you happen to know, like we just said, about $9 million for percent, roughly, on the reserve level, what a mill is worth and what a tenth of a mill is worth? Maybe you could send that to us, so we just have a sense of what kind of reduction in costs or increase in revenues equates to millage adjustments. That would be helpful. Thank you. Appreciate it for now.
Commissioner Shear, Jim? You're good? Okay. Mr. Ballard?
I want to be in the queue. Oh, okay. For page 25, I'm just asking for clarity. Under the penny explanation, would anything related to affordable housing be under the community vitality section? Okay, all right. And the reason I'm saying that is because I believe this picture gives a real good identifier of where those penny dollars are going, mostly our roads, bridges, and trails. So anyway, I wanted to know that. I was going to ask a question about the recapture, if you will, of funds, but I believe Commissioner Eggers has already asked that. As it stands right now, does it appear as though the projects that were funded through ARPA dollars, that they will in fact be completed prior to their deadline for 2026?
Yes.
Okay, because I was just gonna say, if not, we can recapture those
Yeah, no,
dollars and get them spent somewhere.
We had a green, yellow, red chart with projects, and we had backup projects that we could switch out if we saw that the project wasn't going to be able to be completed, and they're all in green now, so.
Okay. And you may or may not have the answer to this, but when we looked at assisting individuals who were not connected to our sewer lines, and we had that program that would help financially assist them to be able to do that, so it would help us with any runoff issues, and hopefully look at lowering what we were having to do when there were flood issues and things like that. Do you all know what type of savings, if any, we've been able to identify through that program? And if so, was that reflected in the stormwater sewer budget?
Okay, so are you talking about sewering unsewered areas? Or I'm trying to.
No, because that was separate when we had
that
new
was
development.
right.
And they were having to put in current stormwater sewer, but for those who had,
Are the find and fix program?
Yes,
Oh,
thank you.
You're talking the laterals?
Yes, thank you.
So we are doing that right now, and we have many areas. I can get a report to you to update you on where they're at with that
And
program.
if everybody else doesn't want it, that's fine, but I just thought
Have
that
to
may be
provide.
good information as it relates to how it impacts us with savings by having that program and asking them to
It's a great question,
buy
Commissioner,
into that.
because there are several programs that would really go into, it's the individual lines, it's us doing stuff within the system and tightening up everything. It's several programs coming together that actually will divert having to make major capital improvements. So I can get you an update on that.
Okay, and then under our county transportation trust, I know we had a good conversation about the gas tax that we were able to retrieve when persons are going to the pump to pay the gas tax, and if we wanted to address how we would look at that going forward in the future, because there's a push for electric cars and whether or not that revenue was going to continue to address it. Was anything, did we see any increases in our revenue?
We were not able to get that through the state legislature. We gave them an entire white paper on that. Hopefully, there'll be an opportunity in future legislative sessions to address that, to index that the same way that they index their portion of the gas tax. Because if that had been done over the past 20 years and they would have indexed it, we wouldn't need to be having these separate millages. But
That was my
so
reason
far,
for
we have-
asking the
we
question.
have not been
so-
able to get legislative action on that.
Okay. And then I think my last question. So based on, I know when we had numbers previously, those were anticipated numbers from Twitty's office about where we were when it came to property tax. So are we closer now to a definitive number?
These are final.
These are final numbers, okay, all right. And so it looks like the millage was like 4.597 or so that we were looking at currently, I believe. I'm in the ballpark?
That's it. No,
Oh, okay, ooh, I'm on
Right on.
task, I'm on target, okay. All right, I think that's it for now. But if I have any other questions, Vera, when we meet the chit chat, I'll bring them up then. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Barry and Chris, your whole team, for everybody, working really hard, and all the constitutional officers. Simple question, can I get a digital copy of the binder?
absolutely. It was posted today at 1 o'clock.
Perfect.
So it's up and ready.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, just real quick, when I was saying about the animal services being bold, I meant getting out there and making sure people are doing the right thing. But I'm also saying the spay and neutering program, I think just needs a kick, a little boost of funds, because there are private groups out there that are almost doing as much as we are. I just think that's an area we need to look at, see if we get some feedback on that.
Matt's
The
taking notes.
The second thing is, we've always prided ourselves in being low, having low debt in this county. And I really think that when you look at the time and place for debt on capital projects that we all deem as intergenerational expenses, that we shouldn't have to bear all of it today.
Right.
So that and it also frees up money today. It lowers operating costs today. It lowers whatever else you might be doing today. I know we're talking about using some of that with the new campus. All I'm saying is that we need to be looking at that and being respectful to current taxpayers, as well as acknowledging the future taxpayers are going to be benefiting from all of these decisions on the capital side. So I'm not saying we go overboard. I'm just saying that
Bring back a debt package?
no, I'm just saying.
No, I understand.
This is important. That's an important element of how we
you're
fund
right.
stuff.
You're right. I mean, especially getting caught up, trying to get caught up on roads, that didn't occur overnight. That was generational. And so there's always opportunities to look at things differently. And we can continue to
I
have
just want to
those
keep that in the back of our minds, even for this budget, as you're thinking through over the next 20, 30 days. Let's just keep, if there's some opportunity. I mean, we're doing it with Penny, essentially. I mean, the pennies are all capital projects, and we're using those dollars instead of raising our millages. So, I mean, there's other ways to do it. So I think creativity in that area is, we need to keep at it. So anyway, just the last two thoughts. Thank you.
All right.
If I can, Commissioner, do you have questions?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
So to Commissioner Egger's point, if you could get what the value of a mill is to all of us, I think that would be good to know.
Chris says he has an answer.
Mr. Chair, actually, I'm proud to say it's on page 26 of the budget book.
Page 26.
Each of the millages, it'll tell you what 1 mill is worth.
Okay.
So page 26, it was actually the one that Commissioner Flowers was referencing. Okay. So you can see each one, all 23 of them.
It's probably in here as well, but what's the amount of money that would be needed for a full rollback, just for informational purposes?
That would be about $25 million. I did that research before this meeting.
25 million, okay. Boy, it sure would be nice if our loft was indexed, because that's 43 million, right? Okay. I would like to have a more robust discussion on our reserves to have a little better understanding of that. I think that this is a great budget. It would be nice if we could find, I don't know, a small amount of relief somewhere, just to show we've made an effort for our taxpayers, because there's a lot of people are hurting out there. They really are. I mean, full rollback's not possible, but it would be nice if we could find a little something somewhere. So I'd like to have a little more robust discussion about what those reserves look like.
So, Commissioners, again, we'll prepare for the reserve discussion. We have a couple of, we have the 31st, 2 work sessions in August. But again, we can, as much as you want, we can, reserve time. We've kept those agendas. We do have things on the agenda. I can look at those if you'd like to keep it a lot lighter so we can spend more time on the budget. Be happy to move things around, so.
Okay. And a possible bit of good news on the penny. We have, I want to say it was $7 or $8 million set aside for PSTA and the penny in fiscal year 26 or 27 for their Clearwater Transit Station. Those bids are coming in well below what they anticipated.
Oh, good.
So there's a chance that money may not be needed at all, or potentially significantly less. So now whether that hits in 26 or 27, I'm not 100% sure, but there's that potential out there for to be able to pull some of that penny back. Yeah, exactly. Right. So, is there any action needed of us today on this?
No action needed today. This was to kick off our budget season, the deliberations with the commission. So we begin that in earnest. I'll be meeting with you over the next couple of days individually, talking about process, things you want to see. Any information you need, things that you want to see additional analysis of, please feel free to get those to us to where we can get you that information. Chris is going to go on vacation here, and so you'll need to filter those through me. Don't interrupt him on vacation, but I'm sure his team, and that's really how I wanted to end this. You know, Chris and his team, I think, did a fantastic job this year. There were a lot of things that are just up in the air, where it's hard, you're doing assumptions, and you're trying to make an assumptions. You don't want to be too conservative that we're not going to get revenue, because then you have to cut. So you want to try to be as accurate as possible, realistic as possible, in an area where it's all based upon many, many assumptions going into it. I'm very proud of the team, very proud of Chris for the budget they've worked with everyone to create for you. But again, this is the beginning of the discussion. So thank you, Chris. Thank you, team, for all your work. And with that, you know, commissioners, again, please feel free to get us all the information, or all the questions you have, where we can turn that information around to you in preparation for these work sessions regarding the budget.
Was that a motion to on vacation for him, or?
I think well, I think you have till Thursday. I don't think he leaves till Thursday, so.
Okay. Commissioner LaValle, do you have a question?
Yeah, I have a quick question from the talk of the reserve levels, which is Commissioner Eggers' favorite topic. And this is, I probably know the answer to this, but is there any timetable on the FEMA reimbursement?
No. I mean, we're expected to get in 20 million this year. When that happens, do you have a better answer on that? I mean, here, step up to the mic.
We did receive 20 million recently. We're looking at about 60 million that we need to get back soon. And it is a bit of a dance, I'll say. You know, we work with FEMA, we work with the state, we go back and forth with them on things, but we think it's going to be about 20, 20, 20 over a 3-year period. Some might say that's aggressive, some might say that's right down the line. So that's our best guess.
So just hypothetically, if we do adjust our reserve levels and we use some money to give our residents relief, do you think maybe this is something that our the DOJ Florida folks could help us recoup our reimbursements with the state and the feds?
I don't think they have anything to do with the federal reimbursement. We were getting reimbursement from Irma, you know, 4 and 5 years later. I mean, it just takes forever, and I don't think there's necessarily a rhyme or reason. But I think you got to be real careful about using one-time money for ongoing cost. So let's just take the sheriff's budget. He's got fixed deputies. You know, 90% of his budget is officers. And so if we use one-time money to pay for them, what do we do the following years? Because that only continues to go. So that's when we get into reserve levels, there we need more discussion, because you can cover one-time costs that you don't have to repeat the following year, but if you use one-time money for ongoing costs, then you create a deficit, a future year deficit.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, and I hesitate to even speak this into existence, but I can't imagine having a worse year than we had this year with 2 hurricanes in a 13-day period. And so, you know, it just seems, and you know, we'll talk about this more, but we have reserves on reserves on reserves. And, you know, I'll save that for our future.
I'll make sure we have that type of information available for a workshop discussion.
All righty, thank you.
And we have tremendous internal borrowing capacity. For another day.
Sure.
Commissioner Wikin?
And then just one quick point, you know, piggybacking off of your comments and now Commissioner LaValle about, you know, providing relief. I mean, we've got 16, you know, of the 23 millage rates that aren't recommended for any change. So, I mean, there's a lot of MSTUs and countywide where we can reduce, you know, half a millage rate, you know, or a quarter of a millage rate in some of these MSTUs to provide relief. And so I think that's a good option for us to have conversations on in August. So just to put that on y'all's radar, that's something I'll be bringing up next month. So,
yeah. And with that, commissioners, if we can go to max millages. So today you do have, by consensus, doesn't require a formal vote, but we have to go through max millages, and I'll turn it over to Chris to run through that.
Okay.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. Chris Rose, Office of Management and Budget. So today we're looking for consensus on the maximum millage rates. Remember, we need to certify these rates to the property appraiser by August 4th, but this year it's a little earlier in their time frame. So the millage notices will be mailed on August 18th. You really cannot increase. This is our ceiling now. So once they go out, that's the top. We cannot go back after that. Right, we can go down, but we cannot go up at this point. So, and you see a definition of a mill, what it is right there. So, voting thresholds, the voting thresholds you'll see on the spreadsheets that I'm going to put on the next couple of slides. But the second column is what we're really looking at, proposing to you as the maximum millage. And I'll walk you through each one of them. The third column is the one that we are proposing. So we're actually proposing a little bit of cushion, a little bit of room in the second column, and I'll show you exactly what that is. So as the administrator said, 23, 19 of them require a majority vote, and 4 require a 2/3 majority vote. And 1 we've already talked about. So here are the countywide millages. All of those are proposed to stay the same. Therefore, the second and third columns are the same. There's no change there. The Pinellas Planning Council is proposed to be reduced. We are putting in the max millage 0.2 mils, but the proposal is lower than that, so a little bit of room there. Here are the other special district rates. You'll see some of those are 2/3, some of them are simple majority. They're all recommended to stay the same. And then in the fire districts, you'll see 5 of those are recommended to go down. And some of them are, all of them are simple majorities. And we talked about the timeline earlier. Tomorrow, after this consensus, we will let the property appraiser know what was talked about today. We will, on the 18th, mail out the trim notices. 2 public hearings in September, and October 1st is our new day, new fiscal year. Be happy to take any questions.
So, this just gives me a little palpitation. Go back to that one, a couple of those that table for one. Go there, that's fine. We have a proposed millage, and on the left, the first column is the maximum millage. That's the one you're recommending that we go with, and the proposed millage, in most cases, is one and the same. In many cases, the organizations have already done the heavy lifting. They've already decided that this is going to be their proposed millage. Why don't we go with the proposed millage in the cases where it's lower, and not deal with the what-ifs? We're gonna go at it next month a little bit and see if we can find some wiggle room in all of this, but for ours. But we're not proposing that right now. You guys aren't. They did. I'd rather see the proposed millage as the maximum in all cases.
So in particular, those that are being reduced, let's take the first one, Bel Air Bluffs Fire. So the current millage rate is 1.3250. The book, in the proposed budget book, it is 1.3 even. The difference is just because we cannot go up. We can always go down, and our proposal will be in September to be at the 1.3 rate. But we are giving ourselves just a little room. We have done this every year prior to now. The only one that's different is the Seminole Fire, where it is the higher rate at 1.8. So it is a just in case, Commissioner. You're right.
So, in case Bel Air Bluffs Flyer came and said, hey, we screwed up.
If there was something where they came in and, so for instance, we've made a recommendation to you, they come out of Safety and Emergency Services. What happens if that city or that district comes to you and says they didn't consider X or Y or Z? So the answer is, Commissioner, you could adopt, you could get consensus on what is the proposed millage, okay, in those situations. That would then cap what you could discuss in your upcoming meetings. But if that's the consensus of the board, that's certainly what we can do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the sake of the tens of people watching online, can you explain why Seminole, and we know the reason, but can you explain to the residents why the Seminole Fire District is increasing?
So Seminole, and my notes are over there. Seminole, we actually have reduced their millage down, I think, three of the last 4 years. At the same time, there were several factors that increased costs. For instance, their fire union cost, okay, the salary cost, which in terms of their compensation is in line or even lower than most area fire districts. So it wasn't like it went up, but for whatever reason, I don't think they fully accounted for that. So you had an increasing cost while we were reducing the levy, and they went too far with that. So I think, you know, in line with a lot of your thinking is if we can absorb that and lower the rate, then lower the rate. Well, that's what they did. At the same time, you had a fire station that increased, I think, from $4 million to over $6 million, and also a fire truck that we were projecting out 3 years. We probably should have projected we were going to have costs this year, but we didn't. And so the 2 years ago, they should have factored that in when they last reduced the levy. So it's being adjusted up to account for the cost of operating that district, and those were the factors that drove that increase.
Yeah, I mean, I support Commissioner Eggers's, you know, places that have already, you know, self-reduced. I mean, tough luck. I mean, if there's an issue, I mean.
Tough luck.
I mean, well, they made the recommendation, right? So, I mean, I mean, I'm okay with, you know, letting our residents know that we're serious about reducing rates, and if an organization or taxing district has already suggested, hey, we're going to reduce it,
Right.
I mean, let's not, you know, then we get emails from folks, hey, we got our trim notice and, you know, everything's going up, but then we say, oh, well, wait a few months and it's going to go down. So, you know, I think to avoid those.
Because they're really going to believe that.
Yeah. So I think it would be good to, you know, show that we're serious and maybe encourage some other districts in the future to reduce theirs. So I'm okay with moving forward with Commissioner Eggers's point.
Okay. So just on that front, which I'm obviously supporting, but in the last 5 years that you've done this, right, how many times have they come forward and said, we got to raise it above what we proposed?
It's a good question. I don't believe any that have made it here. I'm sure there's staff level discussions regarding some fire districts, but I think we've handled most of those. The simple answer is, commissioners, if you want to do that, go with column 2, and the consensus being the proposed millage rates. And I don't know of any reason why we would exceed or even have a request greater than that. So
I don't remember hearing any along the way, but you know, as Commissioner Ballard reminds me, I'm old and I may have forgotten.
Well, Commissioner, we've had fire chiefs that have disagreed with some of those rates in the past, and we usually somehow handle those. But you know, most of the work is done before it gets here to the initial recommendations. So
I'd like to see the proposed millage as opposed as our max.
Commissioner Flowers? If that was a motion, you said.
Yes, yes, it was a motion. That is a motion.
I think we're just.
Motion for consensus?
Yeah, there you go. Motion.
Oh, we're just doing consensus.
Yeah, it's just consensus.
Okay.
Well, Commissioner Flowers has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, normally, I'm the person that would say no. I want to stay at the maximum so that we can have more discussion and dialogue. But I do recall when we were just going through our budget workshops for those few days back to back, most of the organizations came in and made a presentation before us and talked about what they wanted or didn't want. And I made notes, very clear notes on all of them and I was waiting to hear if anyone was asking for anything, you know, that was going to be a little bit more. I support keeping the general fund millage where it is right now, even though that's the page before. But I do support the proposed millage rate numbers for the MSTU districts because they have come in and they presented to us. Okay. If they have a need or find something after, then they will need to be very creative, like we've asked our departments, you know, within the county to be creative and to hold the line, if you will. To come in flat, I believe were your words, Barry, to come in flat. So I know everybody's probably like, oh my God, she's doing it, but I have to support the proposed millage rate, but I want to make sure that I'm on the record for saying that I desire that we keep the general fund millage rate at the 4.5947, and should there be a quarter meal, half meal, or whatever, we can discuss that at our next couple of meetings. I'm probably not going to be supportive of that because of all the things that have been identified, that have occurred within the county, and because we have been, I think, quite conservative when it has come to our budget, and we have really watched our P's and Q's, which is why we had the funding that was available when the storms happened. We were able to go out and help our residents quickly and not necessarily have to wait on someone else to come in and assist, because we thought forward and made sure that we had the revenues there to help our constituents while we waited, and we are still waiting on outside entities to support us. So I will support the motion that's been put on the table for today. Going with the FY26 proposed millage rate.
Yes?
And to clarify, we're not voting on the millages today.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
so
we're not
still-
voting.
Once we publish, so that's the reason we need or to say that's where we're going.
No, but there are people that listen in, and some are already doing group emails and chats. I'm not on it, but I am sure you all
know it's
know.
occurring.
Yeah, they're already doing, and so they want to know, why did you support, what you supported the way that you did. And so I just wanted to be clear about why I'm saying I support what's being proposed.
So are we all kind of in consensus?
I'm in
to go with-
consensus on you.
Proposed rate,
Millage?
proposed millage.
Okay, good.
All right.
All right.
With that, Commissioners, that concludes the County Administrator's report.
All right, thank you. And Chris, thank you very much to you and your team. This is not easy stuff, and this has been particularly challenging year, so thank you very much.
And Mr. Chair, too, I would like to thank Chris as well, because I know in the past, when we have asked him to give us if we decrease it by this meal, what would that mean? Yeah. Sometimes he's had to come back, but today he had it, he heard what we said, in other words, last time. He came ready with those numbers, so thank you. That is a big help.
All right, so where are we? I think that was item 51. What's 51 here? All right, appointment to the Pinellas Library Cooperative. This is
BJ's replacement for Nancy.
okay. Okay. Motion by Commissioner Nowicki, second by Commissioner Eggers. Oh, comment?
First of all, I wanted to take the opportunity to second what Barry said about Nancy and the work that she's done right alongside. I mean, the last 5 years have been wonderful, and not only just the way she goes about it, the way she works with departments, the way she worked with our residents. We were at a 100-year anniversary celebration on Saturday, and people know Nancy, and they booed when they said she was she was retiring. At the same time, BJ was there on Saturday morning all the way. Again, he's a St. Petersburg person, but he has enveloped this community already. Really appreciate the time they've had together to hand that baton off, so that it's going to be hopefully as seamless as possible. And Nancy's already started to get involved in volunteering again in the North County area, so it's just going to be fun. But anyway, congratulations, Nancy. Thank you for all you've done. Looking forward to working with you, BJ, as we go forward. Thank you for the moment.
Okay, great. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, we can open up the voting. Okay, passed unanimously. All right, so now we're on a county commission new business. Who wants to lead us off? We go?
Thank you, Chair. So recently I had the opportunity to tour Admiral Farragut and got to tour their hall and learn more about the campus and the school. And they're just doing great things in the community and the avionics that they're teaching. It's really a great program and a great school, and their leadership was open to having more community events on their campus, and being more public facing. That if there's organizations that need to use their theater or something like that, that they're open to making their space available to nonprofits and children's organizations, if they need help. So, it was great to learn more about the history and the site there. Had the honor to tour Hattie and 3D printing in downtown St. Pete. So they're doing a lot of great things, and it's cool to see these huge machines make 3D printing of furniture and tables and pots, and it's really the cutting edge of manufacturing and development, and to see it's like the largest 3D printer I think in the country, really in downtown St. Pete, and they wanting to expand and getting contracts with local coffee shops and beach resorts. I'm excited to see the economics of that, and to know that we have that in our backyard, that we're leading the front. Also was able to tour the ARC Tampa Innovation Center. So, that's a great building, and they've had some new leadership change there. And, she's really gung-ho to really expand that innovation center and work and really get it filled at capacity. Had the point-in-time report done by the COC. And so that's kind of a snapshot of homelessness in Pinellas County. And, happy to report that homelessness has declined 33% since 2016. So I'll be happy to have my aide share that report with everybody, so y'all can see the efforts that we're making to reduce homelessness here in Pinellas County. I was able to attend a ribbon cutting with Commissioner Peters for Frog Pond reopening on St. Pete Beach, so that was exciting. And looking forward to the ribbon cutting August 1st at the new veterinary facility. So I'm looking forward to that. So encourage everybody to get out there and go celebrate. And we also got the 7-2-7 day coming up this Sunday, I believe, which I'm looking forward to that. And then just a few things to sprinkle in, that I've started to maybe talk with, the county attorney and administrator of things that, maybe I'd like to kind of look at in the coming months, to see if there's an appetite, from the board. Our lobbying ordinance, our billboard ordinance, and our firework ordinance are really some of the most restrictive, really in the region, and really, free market capitalist thumb down. And so I think, maybe, we as a board maybe look at, what's more in line with the region in terms of our lobbying, firework, and billboard ordinance. So obviously we got to get through, budget session and things like that, but just to put it on the radar for the next few months, maybe give you all some time to think about it and maybe bring it up for future discussion in the next few months. But those are some things I'd like to take a look at in coming months. But that's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Commissioner Flowers.
Why, thank you, Mr. Chair. First, just to, I think I already sent an email to you guys, but the NACO conference was very interesting and very fast-paced and fast-moving. However, I was able to get down to the environmental committee to present the resolution on behalf of Pinellas County. And I was a little concerned because people who went before me, there were a ton of questions. There were a lot of, we'll table that until our next meeting. But when I got up and presented our information, it was voted on unanimously. So thank you also very much for the hard work that was done here in the conversation and dialogue and presenting that. So all of those will be put together in packages, and when we are having the legislative days with NACO up in Washington, D.C., all of that will be wound up in a package. And I'm sure Commissioner Peters and others, Commissioner Scher, will continue to advocate for the funding for our beach renourishment and other items. The Florida Association of Counties continues to communicate with the governor's office regarding the property tax concerns, or the desire to remove property tax, but the concern by some counties as it relates to what that would do for those counties. I'm sure you all read where the governor would like to just move forward. He doesn't want a study done. However, the House of Representatives still has its working group, and the Florida Association of Counties has its property tax working group, and we will continue to communicate with them so that at least the conversation is a proactive one, not a I got you or a negative conversation, but just what this will do. And here are our suggestions as it relates to getting to where it is that you would hope to go. Area Agency on Aging has hired a Director of Strategic Advancement. Her name is McKenna O'Neill. She's done a really good job thus far in reaching out and doing some additional fundraising. I've shared with this board before that Area Agency on Aging experienced some cuts where we were having to look at reducing the number of days that we could deliver meals to those seniors that are homebound. And then any future cuts would be cuts that really would cut into the services for our seniors. So she's been really instrumental in reaching out and being able to garner in some of the funding to help make up for those shortfalls. I was excited about that too. Area Agency on Aging will be having its annual luncheon, which is like the large fundraiser for the organization. I will send that information to the chair to see if we as a collective group would be interested in participating. And I would hope that we would, because it really is it's a fabulous organization, excuse me, but it is one that really touches, you see where your dollars go when you're talking about seniors being able to have a good meal. Yes, and I'm going to send that. Yeah, we've already structured that, and are getting a good response from some of the corporate sponsors. But of course, as many as would attend would be absolutely wonderful. We are having the Area Agency on Aging also is having its second Stuff the Bag hurricane preparedness kits. Those funds were received from Duke Energy's foundation, so those funds paid for Stuff in the Bag to make sure that during the time of storm that some of our seniors have some of the things that they need that they would not traditionally purchase for themselves. Several of you attend or serve on the full Pinellas committee with me, and so when we saw the reduction for millage and whatnot, that was discussed within the committee meeting, our last committee meeting, of which Commissioner Eggers is the vice chair. And so service levels will not be reduced. However, there were some areas where savings were realized. And so I'm glad that we were able to do that. I serve on the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, and as a result of several concerns regarding regional councils throughout the state of Florida, but particularly the council that is down in Sarasota, Manatee Way, there's going to be what they call the FRICA, so it's the Florida Regional Councils that will be meeting at the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council office, and so I'll bring greetings there, and I'm gonna stay just to kind of hear about some of the other things that are occurring and going on throughout the state that either we can piggyback on maybe for support or hear what it is that they have to say. I did not get a chance to attend the Sand Key barbecue that they had last evening. I had said that I was going to attend. I reached out to them in advance to let them know that I was running behind and was not going to be able to get there. So I hope it was a really good event. I don't know if anyone else had a chance to go, but it was a barbecue event at Restaurant Boss Hog, I think it was. But I did not get a chance to go, but I did notify them in advance. I know our chairman shared that, if we say we're going to attend something but aren't able to attend, to please, let someone know timely. So I was able to do that. I'm going to be, even though it's not necessarily our purview, but I'm going to be, I have supported, as an individual, supported a community discussion regarding the $8 million cuts in education to Pinellas County schools. School board member Laura Hine will be there to present. Today, there was the overall, and it was held in North County, and persons could watch it online, but we have parents that work during the day, so they're not able to watch it online. And so we reached out, myself, Esther Sani with the NAACP, and Tara Lipsy Scott with the Woodson Museum. We reached out and requested a second presentation to be done in the evening time for parents who work, so that they can get a better understanding, because there's so much misinformation related to 504 plans, and other services that a child may need in order to help them be successful with their education. So that's going to be on the 31st, July 31st, and it will be held at the Childs Park Recreation Center. And I'm looking into how we can live stream that as well. Some of you may have also heard that Mayor Kim Welch's aunt passed away. It was his father's sister. His father's brother's wife. Please forgive me. And so her services, the wake is going to be this Friday evening at 6 o'clock at Prayer Tower Church of God in Christ, and then the funeral services will be this coming Saturday, July 26th, also at Prayer Tower Church of God in Christ. So just keep the whole family lifted up in prayer. And the last thing I'll say is, if you have a chance, St. Pete Youth Farm is located right behind the Enoch Davis Center, but it is a place where youth come. They learn how to grow their own fruits and vegetables. They have a fish farm there, an aeration fish farm. I think it's flounder fish or somewhere in there, but it is really a neat experience to go and watch and have the youth kind of walk you through different levels of growth and development and how they do it, and then inviting the community to come. So maybe when you go, you can pick yourself some vegetables and some fruits, because they do allow you to do that. But if you get a chance, please reach out to Carla Bristol, who is the director over that program. The St. Pete Youth Farm is located at 1664 12th Street South. So if you ever want to go out, just give them a call, let them know that you're coming so they can make sure someone is there for you. And take a tour, as well as maybe picking yourself some vegetables or whatever they have that's available and ready for you to take. And then the last thing is the McCabe United Methodist Church is having their anniversary, their church anniversary, and I'll be attending that. That is also on July 26th, and it's going to be at the Enoch Davis Center. So it is a busy month, and then just remember that next month, August, kids will be going back to school on the 11th. A lot of schools are having their orientations, and buses will be running their routes. So please pay attention to that arm that goes out. When it says stop, please do. I serve on the school safety committee as a result of here. Please make sure that you're paying attention to that so that we don't have any issues or incidents where children may be hurt because drivers aren't paying attention. So you can start preparing for that to come around again. And that ends my long report.
Can I ask a question
Yes,
about
sir.
something you said? For your service on FAC, do you know how many counties did not answer the Doge Florida request for information? I know there might have been some counties that were kind of tied up on
I want to say it was
timeline.
maybe 3 or 4. I'll get you
Okay.
that number very quickly.
I
But
was
for the
just
most
curious.
part, for the most part, everyone responded. Ginger Delagal and her team did a really good job in sending out emails and saying that they were available to assist, because some counties are very small and they're rural and they have very small budgets, so they may not have had the staff available to pull together all of the information quickly and get that up. But I'll get the number for you. It was a very small number, but I believe the majority of the counties responded. And then there has since been, of course, the second request that came out, I want to say July 11th, that we also talked about at FAC in Orlando, and then NACO with our Florida reception and whatnot. So I believe most people are, but I'm happy to get you that number.
Okay.
But it was a very small number, and really it was because it was hard for them to have the staff to get together what was being asked of them.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I've spoken a couple times today about the effort of our animal services group. I also wanted to give a shout out to the resident who made the call to, and I don't know who it was, but they made a call to animal services and they responded and took action. So, you know, again, it's our community working closely. And And also wanted to thank you for being a voice yesterday and responding and putting out some comments regarding the group, our animal services group. And so I just, the Florida Association of Counties, I don't go that often. I'm not a big proponent that 7 people need to go every year, but I did go this year, thought it was important to go. And I did want to give a shout out to Commissioner Flowers, who is our president-elect, and she'll be inducted at next year's. So I think going against my own little thing that I do, I think it's going to be important for us to be there. It is really a big deal to have the president of the FAC to be not only, in the area, but in our county and sitting right here with us. So it was a big deal, and if we can be there as many as we can to support it, I think it's a good thing. So congratulations to you on that. I had a chance to take a tour of the Dunn and Keller facility again. Just thought it was just, great work, great staff out there talking about our sewer, our reclaimed, our water, the whole issue. Talked to them a little bit about challenges that they see facing the county as we go forward. Kind of had them thinking a little bit longer term. Just great people out there. So it's not just government workers. These are all government workers are really good, hardworking people, and our residents need to know that and be proud of what they have working for them. So good people, all doing great work. You said Forward Pinellas, so we did. All I put down was lowering millage, and so I was glad to hear about that and took care of that business. Heritage Village tour. Thank you, Monica Drake, for taking me around and showing me the new Turner Bungalow, which was pretty cool. Kind of piggybacked on some homes up in Palm Harbor that we celebrated this weekend on the 100-year anniversary. Meeting with somebody tomorrow to talk about the home that they live in, the Coleman home, which is another, home built in the 1920s, and we're doing what we can to preserve that. And I think that's something that we kind of need to talk a little bit about at some point, and that is our museum, our Palm Harbor Museum, which kind of talks a lot to the history in a large unincorporated piece of our county. So, and funding is always a challenge for those groups, and that is our building, and it is ours to take care of, but I just think we need to have a discussion about that. Good volunteers doing great work. They have over 35 volunteers doing a lot of good work, and I want to thank Chair Scott for being up there celebrating the 100-year, having the celebration for the 100-year celebration, and also we unveiled a marker there, and we found out that our chair is a real marker geek. When he's traveling around the country, he likes to go see them, and it was kind of cool because one of the families was kind of the same way, always looking at those markers, and I think they're very cool. It tells a great story. I had the pleasure of presenting, thanks, you let me do that, down the proclamation for our Parks and Conservation Group. And it was really good to see obviously the room full with all of our many folks that are so dedicated. I gave one of our medallions to Gary Nelson, Paul Wiedemann, and Anthony Contarino, all having over 33 years experience. I thought it was really cool, and all of them have spent their entire time working in that department. So obviously a lot of dedicated people, but also dedicated to that mission of that department. So Tampa Bay Water Reservoir, 9 billion gallons right now. We had 2 billion this time last year. And we didn't even have the desal backup last year, but this is when all the rain started last year and we quickly caught up. But we're using about 52% of groundwater, 44% of surface water, and 4% of desal. So it's a good mix now. 100% compliant with safe drinking water, 270 million gallons a day capacity, and we're right around 200 million gallons a day, slightly down from a year ago. So the group is working hard. They're doing a lot of capital investment in South Hillsborough County. Some of it's on the agency, and some of it's on Hillsborough County government itself. So working closely together to make sure South Hillsborough County gets service with water like the rest of us do. Tomorrow morning, Chicken Salad Chicks, which is a privately owned franchise, they sell chicken salad in various forms of it. It's just awesome. It's great. I love going there. And they had a fire there 3 or 4 months ago, and are now up, ready to go up and running. And a tip of the hat to Kevin McAndrew and his department. They had a few struggles along the way and made things happen for them so that they got done in a timely fashion. But they're going to open up again tomorrow. So looking forward to getting my lunch. I should invite you up there. No, this is the one up on in District 4, up on Alderman Road. I don't know about that one. I'll find out about that one, but I'll invite you up. You should come up. Yeah, they're good. I know. See, Commissioner Latvala is that
healthy on occasion. My cheat days.
All right, and so just a heads up, Eastlake High School, Thursday night, 6 o'clock. If you want to know more about the Ridgemore Boulevard Bridge, we're going to get some public input up there. It's a big, they're going to replace, FDOT is actually taking the lead on that and replacing the bridge, but it's just simpler said than done. It's just, how do we do, it's going to be, I don't know what the length of the construction is going to be, but it's going to be a nightmare for residents, and we're trying to come up with plans, and anyway, it'll be unveiled on Thursday and have more input from our residents, and that's all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair.
Mike.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I met with Anne Marie Winter, the Executive Director of the Agency on Aging, and I'm glad I did because I didn't know about all the services that they provide, and I didn't understand that their whole program was to make it possible for people to stay in their homes, elderly to stay in their homes as long as they can. It's better for them, it's better for their families, and it's less expensive on everyone, and so I'm just glad that I'm aware of the programs that he has in case I know of anybody or anybody knows an elderly that's in need but wants to stay in their home, they can help. So reach out to them. I also, on the 2nd of July, I met with Tanya Jenkins with the Reform Alliance, and we discussed ways and the need to prevent recidivism in our jails. And I'm on the Pinellas County Safety Council, thank you very much. And so we talk about that a lot, and it's very, very important. We also talked about ways that maybe we can change our county ordinances or state laws to prevent technical violations on parole. For instance, if you are getting a traffic accident and you're in North Pinellas County and you wake up in a hospital in Pasco County, you might very well be in violation of parole and you can get arrested for it. So maybe we can make some changes to prevent things like that. On July the 3rd, along with Chairman Scott and Kathleen Peters, Commissioner Peters, I attended the ceremony to honor Army Staff Sergeant Ryan Christian Noss, where the Seminole Post Office was rededicated in his name. Staff Sergeant Ross was a hero. He was one of the brave soldiers who lost his life during our withdrawal from Afghanistan. Matter of fact, he was the last Army or last service member to be killed in action in Afghanistan. He was a true hero. All he ever wanted to do was serve his country. As you know, it was a very solemn occasion, but it was also heartwarming to see him honored in that way in perpetuity with the naming of the post office, and that was a great thing to attend. I was proud to be there. On July the 7th, I met with Mayor Welch to provide him with additional information he requested on emergency containment ponds and vaults, which I'm convinced are the solution to the spillage and the emergency spills in St. Petersburg plants that are on the water. I gave him the aerials that I shared with you some months ago, showing that we're using them in Pinellas County and they're being used in Manatee County, but they're not being used in St. Petersburg. And I'm hopeful that he will get his Public Works Department busy designing emergency containment ponds and vaults around their wastewater treatment plants, because the spills are not acceptable. The spills in South Pinellas County affect the waters in North Pinellas County. That's just the way it is. So I'm very positive about that meeting. On July the 8th, I visited the Fire Rescue District number 57 of the East Lake Special Fire District, and I got to meet with Chief Gennaro, Chairman Kennedy, Commissioner Randy Burr, Division Chief Gary Wilson. I met Fire Marshal Pamela Demo, and they don't get a lot of visitors up there, and they were excited to see me, and they rolled out the carpet, and they told me all about their needs. They're very unique up there. More than 50% of their emergency calls are for residents of Pasco County going up and down east, McMullen Booth Road. And they got 3 firehouses, and they're doing a great job, and they're heroes up there, and great first responders, true professionals, and I was happy to go up there, and I got to participate in one of their safety drills up there where they're putting out fires at their station, so that was
Did they
great.
get you all suited up? And
Yeah, well, I didn't get suited up this time. I've done the Fire Ups 101,
Oh, you did?
but
Okay.
I knew I didn't want to do that in the middle of July, so May was enough. So, but they're doing a great job up there, and I want to give a shout out for they're protecting East Lake. And then on July the 10th, I met with Dr. Johnson and her staff at the Pinellas County Economic Development, and I wanted to go down there to meet with her and talk about her programs to help attract new businesses. And what she really was most proud of was that she has great programs in place to help businesses that are here that want to expand. And I think we have some of those on our agenda. And so I was really impressed with her staff and their enthusiasm to help local businesses grow and expand, and also to bring high-paying quality jobs to Pinellas County. I think it's vital. Her work is vital to keep our diverse economy on track and going in the right direction. So, and then I took a week off, and I'm sorry about that, and I missed y'all, and I'm glad to be back, and that's the end of my report, Chair.
You didn't bring us back any fish.
We ate it all.
Mr. Chair, I did forget, and I apologize. Barbara Sheen Todd, former county commissioner and former president of the National Association of Counties, was there at NACO. She and other past presidents were honored and recognized because NACO celebrated 90 years. So I got a chance to take a photo with her along with Kim Burke and others from Pinellas County, but I wanted to also make mention of that. She was very excited that her work had not been forgotten.
Yeah, great. That's great. All right. Commissioner Leibelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also attended FAC a few weeks ago, and congratulations to our own Commissioner Flowers on becoming president-elect. And I want to echo what Commissioner Eggers said. I think it's important for all of us to be there next year to see Commissioner Flowers take her rightful place as president of FAC. And one of the perks of being in a county where the president is you get front row seating during the induction dinner, which is important. But also, of course, well, you get like first dibs during the dinner.
There you go.
And because I've noticed that the past couple of years. But that is a very big deal to have one of our own be the president of FAC. And that's something that we should not take lightly. Also, I attended and participated in a Q&A session with realtors at Smith & Associates at their Walsingham office, which was very cool. In a previous life, I spent, I think, 4 years as a realtor, at Smith and Associates. I was not very good at it, but I enjoyed it nonetheless. And so it was nice to see some of my former colleagues at Smith and Associates, but also they had a lot of questions about some of what we're doing at the county and you know, different topics and goings on. So that was fun to talk about. On behalf of the chair, I presented the 4th of July proclamation at Clearwater's celebration at Coachman Park. That was fun to do. I attended Beth Houghton's retirement party for her retirement as CEO of JWB. One of my board assignments is I'm a board member representing the County Commission on JWB. And as such, I also am chairing the CEO search committee for JWB. And our first meeting for that is this Thursday morning. So that will be an important assignment. Hopefully I do not screw that up. Excuse me. And, you know, one of my other jobs is to always try to make Commissioner Eggers look good. And as such, I spent yesterday in Toronto with Jason Latimer, Brian Lowak, and Rosemary Payne with Visit St. Pete Clearwater, talking to Canadian tourism leaders, influencers, and a couple journalists to make sure that they come down to Dunedin and Pinellas County during the winter and spring next year. And it sounds like that is still the plan. And we also attended the Yankee and Blue Jay baseball game. And there was probably 40 different tourism leaders there from Toronto. And really, from talking to them, they came from outside of Toronto too, which was very, very interesting and neat. But I have to say, Barry, I'm very impressed with Brian. I mean, we weren't even in Toronto for 24 hours. And we left there at like 3 o'clock this morning, and he's all chipper up there. And I'm over here trying to keep my eyes open. But they have a very energetic team at Visit St. Pete Clearwater, and they do a wonderful job selling our destination to really to all around the world. And to see firsthand what they do. And they knew these people. They knew just by seeing them, they knew their first names and they knew their clients and so forth. And that was very impressive. And we talked about it Thursday, but I wanted to congratulate again Deputy Jim Butterfield on his retirement and thank him for his many years of service to Pinellas County as well to us. And also, and it was mentioned earlier, I wanted to thank Lourdes and Nancy for their many years of service to Pinellas County. And that is my report.
Thank you, Commissioner Lavalla. All right. So since our last meeting, which seems like it's been a while, attended the Pinellas Trail Safety Task Force meeting, Forward Pinellas, as well. This morning we had the County Attorney Oversight Committee meeting, which went very well. Thank you, Jewel, for everything you do. I also had a chance to sit down for a good, long discussion with Senator Moody's staff to get them up to speed on our ongoing issues with the U.S. Army Corps and the challenges that we're facing with beach nourishment. So I think we have a new ally there in the fight with the Army Corps. Has been mentioned, I attended the Seminole Post Office dedication in memory of Army Staff Sergeant Ryan Knaus, and I want to publicly thank Representative Anna Paulina Luna for spearheading that effort, although she was unable to be there in person because she was stuck in Washington voting on the big beautiful bill. But she did do a voice recording which they played at the event. Had a chance to present a July 4th proclamation in Gulfport to the mayor down there and enjoy their 4th of July parade. Had the honor of sitting down with Marty Thomas of Indian Rocks Beach. Last year during Hurricane Helene, he's Indian Rocks Beach native, lived there his whole life, and he saved 10 people on a paddleboard and 10 dogs during Hurricane Helene in the storm surge. So, we had, I think it was a dozen fatalities, unfortunately, in Helene. There probably would have been several more had it not been for his efforts. He went out there on his personal paddleboard and saved 10 people and 10 dogs. Yeah. So met him at Pajano's Pizza. He said, "I'm not coming to a meeting." He's just not that kind of guy. I said, "You know what? I'll go to Pajano's. I'll buy you a beer." And he was like, "Really?" Like, yeah. So we went down to Pajano's Pizza, presented with a challenge coin, and also gave one to Pajano, the owner of Pajano's as well, because after the storms, they opened their doors and just helped feed the community and the public. So really, Marty's a great guy and just an incredible story. I can't imagine getting out there on a paddleboard in the storm surge of Hurricane Helene, saving people. It's just unbelievable. Myself and Commissioner Peters, along with Kelly and Barry, participated in the beach nourishment public information session at Treasure Island. Certainly a lot of community engagement in that one, and hopefully I think it went a long way to helping to ease some concerns. Hopefully we'll get a lot closer to 100% easement compliance. Gave welcoming remarks at the Florida Association of Local Housing Finance Authorities annual conference at the Opal Soul, which is the first time I've been to the Opal Soul. It's absolutely beautiful property. Participated in a government speakers panel for the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber of Commerce Leadership Institute, which was hosted by the sheriff. And this past Saturday, along with Commissioner Eggers, had the pleasure of dedicating the historical marker at the Palm Harbor Library, and then also going to the Whitechapel and reading the proclamation for Palm Harbor's 100th birthday. So that was a lot of fun. A lot of people turned up for that. Coming up next week, I'll be meeting with Representative Jacques. He is on the special House panel to examine property tax. So I'll be meeting with him, and Barry, thank you, and to Chris for providing me, kind of the property tax 101, the information. I'll be sitting down and going over with him just to help him understand and set a framework for how property taxes work. So I have that, I think next Monday or Tuesday. Tomorrow we have a PSDA meeting, and it's proposed at this point to have a small rollback on their millage as well, which if we approve that, then that'll be 2 years in a row. So, right. So, yeah, great stuff. Who proposed it last year? Me. And thank you for seconding it. And I don't know if you all heard, but Ozzy Osbourne died. Yeah, it's just today. Ozzy Osbourne died. 76. Kind of surprised he made it to 76 but anyways, Ozzy Osbourne has departed. And then finally, I had Colleen pass all of this out to you. It's just an analysis of the fifth floor office specialist position. Colleen is fabulous for drilling down on data and collecting data, and just something for y'all to chew on, and we can have a further discussion on it at a later point. It just kind of shows what the work duty is for that position, and it's really kind of an underutilized position. It's only about 50% of the time is really encumbered. So we can talk about whether or not we think that's a position we need going forward, or if there's a way to enhance the roles and responsibilities of that position. So anyways, just for your information, something to think about. And with that, unless there's anything else for the good of the order, we are adjourned until 6 p.m.
And Commissioners, I didn't know how long it would go, so they're going to set some snack stuff out in case we didn't know if we'd be running up against your 6 o'clock. So.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Good evening, everybody. Let's go ahead and get our public hearing going here. And before we get to our next agenda item, I believe Jewel has a little something for us.
I do, and I apologize. I neglected to bring this up when I was at my agenda items earlier. This is not something that was on the agenda. However, we recently in the county attorney's office received a request from one of our outside counsel. This is a large consortium of attorneys that's working with the county in regard to some of the PFAS litigation out there. It's a large consortium. One of the attorneys from one of the firms that the county really has very loosely dealt with has requested a conflict waiver so that they can represent actually a local mobile home park here that the county staff, I understand, is actually working with to get a vacation request brought forward that staff supports. So we normally don't always recommend that you all approve conflict waivers, but in this circumstance, we are recommending that you approve that. So if you all are okay with that, based upon my advice and description of the facts, then I would just ask for you all to approve this conflict waiver request from outside counsel.
Okay. Do you have a motion to approve? Okay.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Wikin, second by Commissioner Latvala. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we'll move on to agenda item number 53.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 53 is case number ZON 2501. This is a request by Todd's Air Conditioning and Refrigeration, LLC, for a zoning change from C2 General Commercial and Services to E2 Employment 2 on approximately .98 acres located at 16717 U.S. Highway 19 North in unincorporated Largo. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying, I do. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay, thank you. All right, what's the mood of the board? Do you want a presentation? Are we ready to move forward? What do you think?
Move approval on 53, zoning change from C2 to E2.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Latvala. Any discussion? Okay, if we can open up voting, please. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Okay, moving on to items 54 and 55 are companion items. We do have a number of speakers on this one, as well as the applicant. So why don't we start with a presentation from staff once the clerk reads the legal description.
Thank you. Agenda item number 54, it's case number FLU 2503. This is a request by Tarpon Development Properties, LLC, for land use change from residential office general to commercial neighborhood on approximately 1.16 acres located at 2551 Tarpon Woods Boulevard in East Lake. Agenda item number 55 is case number DMP 2501. This is a request by Tarpon Development Properties, LLC, to modify a development master plan to change the allowable use on the property from bank use to commercial uses for a residential planned development zone property of approximately 1.16 acres located at 2551 Tarpon Woods Boulevard in East Lake. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending virtually or in person, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying, I do. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. 4 letters in support and 145 letters in opposition have been received by the clerk. The matter is properly before the board, and I do have one individual who pre-registered to speak on Zoom, but I don't see them there yet.
Okay. You say 145?
Correct.
Okay, got it. All right, Mr. Schotterbach.
Hi, good evening. Michael Schotterbach, Building Development Review Services. I'll be covering both the request for future land use amendment and the development master plan modification. The subject property is a little over an acre, about 1.16 acres. It's located at 2551 Tarpon Woods Boulevard, which is the northeast corner of Tarpon Woods Boulevard and East Lake Road. The first item is the future land use amendment, which the request is from residential office general to commercial neighborhood. The companion item is development master plan amendment, which is for the allowable use on site. Current master plan limits the use on the site to only a bank, And the request is to open that up to just commercial uses in general. And the zoning on the property is residential plan development with the wellhead protection overlay, and there's no change to that. You can see the subject property outlined here in red, again at the northeast corner of East Lake, and Tarpon Woods, also on the east side of the road. It borders is Tanglewood Trail. It sits at a small commercial node up there. There's commercial uses and office use right there at that intersection. The surrounding area is made up of different residential uses, single-family, detached, attached, and multifamily. Tarpon Woods, there's a golf course over there in the east, and then off to the west, off on the lake, is John Chestnut Park. This is the future land use request. You can see the current map on the left and the proposed on the right. The purple color is our residential office general designation. The pink color is commercial neighborhood. As you can see, there's other properties there at that node on East Lake of commercial neighborhood. Most of the other designations are all residential there in yellow, with recreation open space being the light green and preservation the dark green. And the zoning map, no change. It's all residential plan development in the area except the exception of the park. So the current category allows residential office and employment uses. It does not allow standalone uses, so the future land use on this property would not allow a commercial use. And it's also, it's well suited for mixed use of residential office characters consistent with surrounding uses, transportation facilities. This category also allows residential at 10 residential units per acre and a non-residential floor area ratio of 0.5. The requested category is commercial neighborhood, which allows office, personal service, office support, opens up for retail, commercial business services, all at a neighborhood scale. It does not allow residential, so this change would then not allow any residential on the property. It's appropriate to locations that are adjacent to and on the periphery of large, definable residential neighborhoods. And this allows a maximum floor area ratio of 0.3, it's actually a reduction in maximum floor area ratio than the current. Additional information, this is in the East Lake Tarpon Community Overlay District. In our comp plan, we have policies and objectives guiding development in this area. It's also, East Lake Road is a scenic non-commercial corridor, which requires additional plantings, landscaping requirements along that corridor. The traffic impact, we did a couple of methodologies on here. The first is our countywide plan trip generation, which looks at the maximum intensity of going from an office to retail services to commercial. And that would be up to 399 additional daily trips. And again, this number is based on the maximum development intensity for a property. We also looked at the ITE trip generation, which is a little lower at 370 additional daily trips. And then this is all captured on East Lake Road. Tarpon Woods and Tanglewood Trail do not have levels of service. They're not of one that's captured. So on East Lake Road, which has a LOS, a level of service of F currently. I will point out that these neighborhood commercial uses are capturing the trips of kind of an internal community neighborhood. So the trips are not coming from region. So it's not an addition of 300 and something trips coming from outside the area into this area. It's capturing already existing trips that are in the community. And also the property is within the coastal high hazard area and also the 100-year floodplain. Forward zoning, this is, again, it's residential plan development, no change to that, which is required zoning for master plans. And it has the wellhead protection overlay, which has to protect our groundwater aquifer recharge in these areas. So additional requirements at site plan where that gets reviewed for any, discharge, stormwater of the property. There's some additional requirements that go along with that. This property is part of the Tarpon Woods Master Plan, which covers a little over 600 acres. It's approved in the 1970s. It's a mixture of residential communities around a golf course, institutional uses, and commercial and office uses along East Lake Road, with approximately 2,600 residential units, which are a mixture of single-family and multifamily. And this is the request for the master plan change. The modification is just for the use on this parcel. Right now, the master plan limits the use on this parcel to just a bank use. And the request is to change that to commercial, to open it up to other commercial uses. Additionally, at the LPA, the applicant has proposed adding the master plan condition for this property, which would provide additional buffer and screening along the east side. So on the east side of the property, there's Tanglewood Trail. Across that to the east is where residential units start. So they're proposing that a 10-foot wide landscape buffer, a 6-foot tall wall with trees planted 20 feet on center and a continuous shrub hedge line at 3 foot 6 inches. So to provide that as well. Just aerial, this is looking at the property current with the bank building. To note that there hasn't been an active bank for about 3 years on this site. It's been vacant and up for sale. This is looking at the property from East Lake Road and then looking west on Tarpon Woods Boulevard with the subject property there on the right side of the picture. And then this is looking east from the subject site. That's Tanglewood Trail that runs across the property to the closest residential there off to the east. So this is a recommendation. Again, this is a request for future land use map amendment from ROG to commercial neighborhood, along with a master plan modification to change the use on the site. So we find that these are approval. Staff recommends approval. LPA recommends approval. So this is within, a neighborhood retail commercial office node there along East Lake Road and Tarpon Woods Boulevard. Surrounding uses are a mixture of commercial and office, so it's an appropriate location for commercial use. It's consistent with our comp plan, including the East Lake Tarpon Community Overlay District, and it's consistent with the countywide plan and rules. And if approved, the land use would continue on through the countywide plan map amendment process. The LPA recommended approval, vote 7-0 of both items. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Questions for staff? No questions? Dave?
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for the presentation. So this particular use on this particular corridor has development master plan agreement required?
Yeah, the master plan controls the development of the property.
Okay, and so there is, and that master plan controls the landscaping and access as well? I mean, are they going to, is it a requirement to put the landscaping on the south side or east side, or which, where again, you said, where was it going to?
So East Lake Road being a scenic corridor, so there'll be additional landscape buffer required for meeting our scenic corridor requirements.
West side.
On the west side. On the east side, they have agreed to put a 10-foot wide with a 6-foot tall wall with landscaping along with that on there. So that's an additional above our normal perimeter buffering is 5 feet. So this would be a 10-foot one with additional.
East side.
On the east side.
Around the curve.
The side that's there with the, yeah. So it'd be on the bottom of the picture, this picture.
It would include the curve. Is that
To the curve.
to the curb or through the curb?
Not up onto the Tarpon Woods Boulevard side.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, you can see here, it covers that curve on the corner.
It does cover the curb.
Yes.
Okay, because there's residential in that
Correct.
easterly direction?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, all right, thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll move over to the applicant, Mr. Pressman. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg, Florida. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, this request basically asks three very straightforward things. One, what we're requesting today is exactly the same as the predominant existing and abutting future land use category at this intensive intersection. Two, what we are requesting is the exact same business that has operated on the abutting property for many years. And third, what we're requesting is the commercial business activity that has operated throughout this intersection for many years. Staff has done a good job bringing forward the exact changes of what's required specifically in the application. We're very happy to bring this forward, not only with your staff support, but with the unanimous vote of your Land Planning Authority when they reviewed these issues. As indicated, the site is in the East Lake area, shown here on the mappings, the corner of Tarpon Woods Boulevard and East Lake Road. Site is located within the red lines, and to the immediate north is gas, retail, and car wash. Across the street from East Lake Road is Walgreens. To the south is office commercial, and further to the north is strip retail. So at the lay of the land, to the right is the site, to the left is the site, and to the right in the picture is the car wash. Those are a couple pictures of the car wash that's on the abutting property to the north that has had extensive history on that site. And as staff indicated, this location is a mixed-use node on the scenic non-commercial corridor, which is what allows the commercial development. Along this route, going north on East Lake, it's a very limited in commercial nodes. So from Tampa Road, you go all the way to the Tampa Woods node, which is the applicant before you. You go to the Village Center node, and then you go all the way up to Keystone Road. So it's a very limited commercial corridor with just a couple of these nodes from Tampa Road. And East Lake Road is a divided roadway, and you can see here carries a lot of traffic, specifically 55,000 vehicles per day, 4,300 vehicles per day on Tarpon Woods. It is also a part of the Pinellas County Truck Route Plan, which designates specifically for truck traffic as well. This is a nice picture of the current site. I do have a couple letters I'll show you that there's been a lot of concern because the site has been vacant for 3 years. It is starting to get in disrepair. It's been vacant for a while and is becoming a concern of the community. I do have Libby Rodriguez. She's our transportation consultant. She can talk more about transportation, but basically, a bank of this nature, of which was present in the site, is a high generator. It'll produce by ITE, as I understand it, 279 trips per day, 29 in the peak hour. The site distribute to two roadways, of which your staff report had all the traffic out on East Lake Road. And the site is a very, very small part of traffic impacts. Currently, it's 0.19%. That's 0.19% of current traffic counts in the area. Across the street is a relatively new Walgreens. This is another shot of the site abutting to the north, which is a gas and C-store use. And then immediately north of that is a small strip center. Under the comprehensive plan, and I think this is an important slide for you, again, what we're seeking proposed for CN, and as I indicated when I started, the predominant future land use category is already CN at the intersection. Purpose is now developed or appropriate to be developed in a manner to provide local neighborhood scale convenience, commercial goods and services, use characteristics, retail, commercial. This is just a quick slide of the master plan, which requires the change from bank to commercial. And then you'll see per the master plan, there's commercial as well running north on the corridor, again, running north. So this is just a concept plan of a car wash in terms of stacking vehicles and in terms of how the use could present itself. Staff reviewed with you that we've added a condition to buffer and screening of the rear, which would be a 10-foot landscape buffer with a 6-foot wall. Code requires trees 20 feet on center with a 3'6" high shrub lane. Distance from the closest point of what is estimated would be a structure, which is a little bit of a guesstimate, to the closest residential structure. We have it as 247 feet separation, and of course, along with the roadway as well. A couple of future land use elements in regard to the request to provide a variety of land use character areas to meet the needs of a diverse population, respond to unique challenges of infill, which we believe this is. Objective 1.2, maintain a land development code that responds to unique challenges of infill. And your staff, you've heard from your staff, a couple highlights is that they did find it compatible and that it is in keeping with the historical RPD development patterns within Pinellas County. So again, with that, we're very happy to come forward with your staff support in enactment of the LPA. I do have a couple letters, if I could put these up for you, if I'm able to. If that's possible. There we go. These are a few letters in support. The note, live within a half mile of the subject property. Bank site has been sitting vacant for nearly 3 years. It's empty, worn down appearance has become an eyesore in East Lake community. The actual corner is a well-signalized intersection of the county. Another letter noting that a local full-service car wash would be a welcome addition to the community, providing convenience and reducing the need for residents to travel elsewhere. And one other letter to highlight, to see something new and useful plan for that corner. The last thing I'll indicate, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, is these are not uses or car washes of our grandfathers. All the machinery is extreme noise reduction with mufflers or silencers on vacuums and such. There's tremendous recycling, approaching 80–85%. And currently the site is NOLA site. There's no stormwater or basically any landscaping or buffering. So the site would be brought up to a nice standard in terms of those parameters the county requires. So with that, we appreciate your attention. Happy to answer your questions you might have.
Okay. Questions? No? Yeah. Dave? Okay.
You were saying a bank trips per day was at 279 trips per day? Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah. So Libby, again, who's our transportation consultant, has that current count for a bank at 279 trips, unless, Libby, did you want to, if, Mr. Chairman, if she may respond to that?
Yes.
Is that correct, Libby?
Yeah, that's for, oh, I'm sorry. Elizabeth Rodriguez, 18156 Sandy Point Drive, Tampa, Florida. Been sworn. Yeah, that was just our calculation based on the square footage that we got off the property appraiser website. We were more focused on the peak hour trips because daily traffic is kind of, it's less useful and less significant than peak hour because, you know, the traffic taking place over 24 hours includes a lot of non-peak traffic that's not really kind of what people kind of focus on. They're more focused on the peak hour, the rush hour, you know, between, 7 and 9 in the morning and 4 and 6 in the PM. So we had kind of focused more on the peak hour trips, and we did trip generation for the bank, if it were operational today, versus a car wash, and it came out to 20 more trip ends, which equates to 10 more round trips, or about one trip every 6 minutes during the peak hour as compared to the bank if the bank were operational.
I think that's clear. So I'm just trying to compare the impact of, obviously, of an operational bank with an operational car wash. I'm not sure that I got it from what you just said. So try to go up a little bit, not so much into the details. What are we looking at in terms of?
20 more trip ends or 10 more round trips for a car wash compared to a bank
In
the peak hour.
In the peak hour.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
Any other questions? And these are anticipated to be local trips, not out of the area trips?
Yeah, and not to get too in the weeds or anything, but your staff alluded to that too, as far as the trip capture. You know, all traffic is produced in the house. If the person wants to go to a car wash, they're going to go to either our car wash or a car wash that's further away, adding vehicle miles of travel to the system. The trip generator is literally the house. The attractor is either the bank, the car wash, whatever, you know, so if that makes sense.
Any other questions? Okay, I think we're
Chairman.
good at the moment. Thank you very much.
And they have 12 minutes and
Yeah, and
32
they have
seconds left.
12:32 left, okay. All right, so now we will move on to public comment. All right, first we have Evelyn Schill. Evelyn, are you here? Okay. Are you waving or? Okay. Good evening.
Yeah.
This one? Okay. Good evening, everybody. I have lived at this beautiful place for about 6 years now. The area, actually, you know, I'm sure some of you are familiar with it, has deer. It's almost the only part in Pinellas that still has deer. It's beautiful. It's right across from the park. We have a car wash maybe 1/4 of a mile up the way on the left. We have a car wash right there in front of us, and now we're going to have another car wash? Like, it doesn't make sense to us at all. And car washes do make a lot of sound. Like, our buildings are built right behind there. It'll be very, very noisy. There'll be a lot more traffic than before. The bank is not dilapidated at all. You know, I mean, it's hard to get another bank to come there. I don't know why, but I just wanted to say it's a pity. Do we have to build in every little beautiful part that's still left? You know, do we have to make a commercial, you know, spectacle of that? It really is a disappointing thing for the people that live in that area. We're trying to be careful. You know, there's going to be more trash. You know, we flood in that area. It's going to be a bigger mess. And I didn't plan to say anything, but I'm just really sad about the area, you know, having another big thing there, you know, that's making trash and noise. And it just, you know, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Faisal, and I apologize if I... Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. You took the pressure off of me.
As stated, my name is Faisal Dasuki. I'm a retired aerospace engineer. Worked for Honeywell 36.3 years, just retired. I've been living on Tarpon Woods Boulevard, 1200, for 13 years. As the lady mentioned earlier, this is a wildlife community. We have deers. I have a picture of a peacock recently, today. We have peacocks in that area. We have wild turkeys, we have deers, we have raccoons. Wildlife is a refuge. This whole area is a refuge. With respect to her expertise, talking about 250 trips, that bank did not generate 250 trips, didn't even generate 100 trips per day. That's a local bank to the community. I owned a safety deposit box in that bank. I just basically went in to put items in the safety deposit box, come out. The bank does not generate that much traffic anymore because everybody does online banking. And I helped put in some of the part of the petition that's got signed by 150 people from our community with input from other residents at 1,200, 1,000, 1,400 in Tanglewood. Keep in mind, Tarpon Woods, it's east and west, one lane each way. They didn't talk about they have separate entrance. The gas station has a separate entrance off of East Lake. Now you're talking about these cars. These are not going to be only local. I can guarantee you people living in East Lake Woodlands will drive here. Look at the mess they created with the car wash on 580. It's the tidal wave. It created a huge mess leading into 580 and more traffic to the residential people, and they put all kind of barricades there, okay? And this traffic, they're talking about on the max between 370 to 399, or an increase of 20 trips from what they talked about, basically. You're not talking about Amazon, FedEx, or UPS, and all the delivery vehicles. And the demographic has changed from snowbirds to full-time residents here, at least in my community. I am the vice president at 1200 Tarpon Woods Boulevard, okay? And I know what my community is right now. Everybody's almost full-time, very few, and the snowbirds are coming more and more. So the noise factor and the pollution and the flooding area, it's a huge area for us in that community. So there's almost 600 people or more, 600 residential area we counted earlier, 2,500 residential home in that area. You're looking at only Tarpon Woods Boulevard, which is connected to Ridgemore. That's our only access. And there is time, it takes us over 10 minutes to get in and out, just at rush hours or certain hours. So please take that into consideration in your decision here. This is really not needed in our community. There are also over 10 car washes within 5-mile radius.
Thank you.
I rest my case. Thank you very much. Appreciate your consideration.
Okay, next speaker is Jerry Kamanchuk.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Chimanchik. I reside at 1200 Tarpon Woods Boulevard, Unit Q5. I first agreed to speak here because I was very dissatisfied with what I heard at the original Planning Committee. Many of the questions went unanswered. I had called in on Zoom questions such as, please provide us with accidents reports for that intersection. Please provide us with information on school bus stops. None of that was addressed or answered. We asked about the wellhead mitigation and protection. That was kicked down the road. It was said, well, that will be handled by another committee. Well, the proposal here, and it makes me laugh that we keep on calling it commercial. It is commercial, but it's a car wash. 3 car washes within a half a mile. Who needs it? I think this is a Trojan horse. Let's get the rezone in, and then we'll see what this commission has approved 3 years down the road. Looking at the environmental impact, only 80% of this water is recycled. There are signs everywhere that say that this is a water reclamation recycled area. Don't swim at the intersection. There's no water, okay? Don't drink the water. If you look at satellite imagery, you have Tarpon Lake on our west, And nobody has mentioned Brooker Creek Watershed Preserve. Again, preserve. This is where your children, your grandchildren, and you yourselves have gone to see a park, an environmental area where water is critical, absolutely critical. And here we're putting a third car wash. Oh, it's going to recycle 80% of the water, so don't worry about it. What I'd like to do is kind of focus on a did you know? And you guys connect the dots. Did you know that your planning department calls East Lake Road a very scenic road? It was said today. You know, your planning department calls Chestnut Park a gem for Pinellas County. If you look at the satellite imagery, you'll see Brooker Creek Watershed Preserve. It was conveniently cut out of those photos. But with that, I thank you and I ask for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next speaker is Robert Clark, I think. Okay, thank you. Good evening.
My name is Robert Galler. I live at 1200 Tarpon Woods Boulevard. I just came to support the rest of my neighbors. I just think that I want to take exception to what the lady and gentleman said. There's no bank in this area that has 300 cars a day going to with online banking. So whatever figure she got was not from this area. Second of all, the gentleman says, oh, it's Tarpon Woods Boulevard. There's not a lot there. Let's put a car wash here. Well, that's my neighborhood, all right? Put it in his neighborhood. Put it in the owner's neighborhood. Don't put it in my neighborhood, okay? So the first of all is the noise, and then the traffic. The intersection at Tarpon Woods Boulevard is horrendous, and anybody who drives up there knows that. And I just want to keep one thing in mind, the old saying, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few to the needs of the one. We don't need a car wash. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Cheryl Josh.
I also live at 1200 Tarpon Woods Boulevard. And I have a couple questions. First of all, if it is zoned commercial, will it always be a car wash? Or what else can be put there? We could have manufacturing, we could have industry of some kind there. Would the car wash be there forever? What kind of guarantees do we have that that's all there would be? Even that's too much. Your stats about the bank and how many trips per day. First of all, a bank usually is only open Monday through Friday, maybe Saturday mornings, and only open maybe from 9 to 6. A car wash is going to be 8 to 8, 7 days a week. And we haven't had anything in that bank for 3 years, so the increase in traffic is not going to be 20. It's going to be 399, whatever the car wash is going to attract. In the last 3 years, the traffic coming down East Lake Boulevard has increased sizably, and I think anybody that drives down there knows it's coming from Trinity. East Lake Boulevard is only 4 lanes. It's not Route 19 that has 8 lanes. It's not Tampa Road that has 6 to 8 lanes. We only have 4 lanes. Tarpon Woods Boulevard and Tanglewood Drive are only 2 lanes. At the intersection, there are 3, 2 that turn left and 1 to turn right. But if 3 cars are in that center lane, the right-hand lane can't get in to turn right. The traffic is extreme right there. The recommendations you got, the support you got, I checked those addresses. Now, she mentioned that the traffic would be coming from the neighborhood. What neighborhood are you talking about? One of your recommendations came from somebody that lives on the other side of Tampa Road, 10 minutes from the corner. And within a radius of 4 miles, they have other car washes available to them. I don't think we've defined yet what full-service car wash is either. You know, is it something like we've got right there at the corner where you get out of your car, they vacuum it, you go through, they clean it, they do the windows on the inside and buff it on the outside? Back to the congestion. The other recommendation that you had is from somebody down in Boot Ranch. When you get down towards Boot Ranch on Tarpon Woods or on East Lake Road, there are 6 lanes. They have the opportunity, and actually it would be easier for them to pull out of Boot Ranch and go over to Tampa Road to one of those car washes. It would be quicker for them. The other letter of support you have was from a real estate agent. Is that who sold the property? Question. We like our neighborhood quiet as it is. As my fellow neighbors have said, we have a deer, we had a peacock, we have all sorts of animals out back. We hate to lose that feel of the neighborhood. I don't think a car wash on our corner is advantageous to us or anybody else in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Aaron Brady.
Good evening. My name is Erin Brady. I own property at 1200 Tarpon Woods Boulevard, along with everyone on that side of the room. The entrance of our neighborhood is at the intersection of the primary point of ingress for this property, and this evening I'm speaking in opposition of the motion regarding this property at 2551 Tarpon Woods Boulevard. I firmly believe that this decision should be made not only with the consideration of business owners and long-term planning efforts such as Forward Pinellas, but also with goals and desires of the current residents in mind. I kindly ask that you consider the following points as you determine the future of my neighborhood. If the request is approved, the property would be open to purchase by business owners whose floodplain modifications, hours of operation, and light and noise pollution would negatively impact the neighboring residences. Point 1. I understand that an interested buyer of this property has intentions of putting a car wash on it. Excessive amounts of car washes in this area aside, we are already in a well-documented flood zone. Last year during the hurricanes, residents who own property in Tarpon Woods were unable to access their homes because of flooding. The parking lot of the property in question was utilized by the county to provide a staging area for high water rescue and transportation. My concern is that any change to the floodplain at this property would have an increased negative impact on area residents. Second to that, if a car wash were permitted there, we'd be at greater risk of damaging our ecologically sensitive environment, which brings me to my next point. One of the prides of the Pinellas County is John Chestnut Park. The park is renowned and utilized by residents countywide who are interested in exercise, team sports, recreation, and wildlife viewing. Changing the use of this property would open the floodgates, so to speak, for endangerment to our beloved wildlife. Since we are in an area that abuts the Brooker Creek Preserve and already floods during normal afternoon storms, we must ensure that there are plans in place to protect our already dwindling environmental resources. I urge you to consider how we would protect the residents and wildlife from soap, chemical, and oil runoff. Right now, with the land being classified as it is, there are normal operating hours that can be presumed. No early mornings or excessively late nights. No noise pollution from heavy machinery and vacuums operating nonstop. This allows for peaceful enjoyment of one's neighborhood. I know that it's been brought up that there are commercial businesses at that same intersection, which is true. Those businesses, though, are established buildings that companies have fit themselves into the footprint of. Many have hours of operation beginning at 8 or 9 a.m., with the exception of the mobile gas station and Dunkin' Donuts. But even those aren't open 24 hours, nor do they have harsh parking lot lights and noise. And I'll end with this. I support a business utilizing the property. I do not support the proposed change to commercial neighborhood from its current zoning of office. I believe that the best option for the site would be a business that can function within the traffic pattern as it exists now, without a drastic increase of nonstop traffic clogging the roadway. I would appreciate consideration being given to a utilization category that can operate within the current layout and mature landscape, and most of all, that refrains from redundancy and negative impacts to currently established businesses, such as the car wash located immediately adjacent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, it was high speed.
Next, we have Dennis Urban.
My name's
Dennis Urban. I live at 1000 Tarpon Woods Boulevard, right across the proposed car wash. And I've got a few concerns. The amount of trash that will blow over to 1000 Tarpon Woods Boulevard, which is happening right now with the current car wash. And also I'm concerned about the amount of traffic, as was mentioned before. And also I'm averse to listening to to 80s music for 12 hours that will bleed over from the car wash. The noise right now is bad enough from the current car wash, but it's tolerable. But constant noise pollution will be my biggest concern. I'm not sure if anybody wants to hear Billy Joel for 8 hours from across the street, but that's my biggest concern. Appreciate your consideration, and I will consider any other commercial enterprise over there. How about a Starbucks? How about a Dunkin' Donuts? That'd be fine, but certainly not a car wash. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's see, we have Ruth Ann Deeroff, but it says that you're waiving to speak. Did you? Okay, but it says you're against it, so, okay. And then the last is by phone, Suzanne Riley.
She's not on the Zoom application.
She's not on the Zoom, okay. All right. All right, would the applicant like to come up and any kind of rebuttal? We have, I think, 12 minutes, 32 seconds left, somewhere about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'll keep this relatively short. With great respect to the comments that some residents have brought forward, I do remind you again that we're very happy to come forward with your complete staff support, who reviewed all the zoning issues, master plan issues, comprehensive plan policies and issues, and then went to your land planning authority, who did ask a lot of questions, who looked at it very closely. It was a long hearing, and not one single member of your LPA who reviewed it voted in denial. And again, what we're asking today is the exact same predominant, existing, and abutting future land use category as you saw in the future land use map. What we're asking for today is the exact same business that operated on this site, or excuse me, on the abutting site immediately to the north. And we're requesting commercial business activity that's operated throughout this intersection for many, many years. I will make a couple comments about wildlife. The Chestnut Park is across the arterial roadway. It's obviously extremely well buffered and screened. There's been absolutely no concern or issue raised by any of our professional staff about any kind of impact of wildlife. And in terms of stormwater, all these sites are engineered to maintain all waters on site. A tremendous amount, again, are recycled. And as a former member of the Swift Mud Governing Board, I can tell you that the site has zero stormwater. So this will be a tremendous improvement in stormwater and will be an improvement in terms of buffering, screening, and landscaping, of which there are none now. And in comparison to the use that's there and the trips that will be generated, they are, in fact, nominal between the two. So with that, again, we appreciate and respect the comments from residents. We appreciate your time and attention this evening. And again, we're happy to answer any questions you might have and hope to have your support. Thank you.
Any questions of the applicant? Commissioner Wikin?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. So the property like across East Lake and like next door is the current use that you're trying to obtain.
If I heard you correctly, Commissioner, the abutting use to the north is a car wash, C-Star, and gas. Was that your question?
Yeah, I mean, so like East Lake, and then you have Tarpon Woods, and then, so yeah, abutting.
We can pull up that aerial again if you'd like to look at it. So Walgreens is across the street.
Right.
Abutting to the north is the C-Store, gas, and car wash. North of that is Strip Center. South of the site before you, south of that is office and commercial. So I can bring that up real quick so you have the lay of the land again. There we are.
So where the Walgreens is at, the retail car wash and the strip retail, that's all the current, the use you're trying to obtain.
Yep, yep.
And so, and.
Within the red site would be the proposed
And so,
project.
and any of those other sites, you could do what you're trying to do now.
I'm not sure what your
Yeah, so like what you're trying to do, you know, what you're trying to build, you could build on any of those sites next to you without having.
That would be my understanding, sir, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lavelle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have plans to do anything other than a car wash on this site?
That is the current plan.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. All right. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So it's currently zoned for, or land use for a bank. They're asking for commercial that would be similar to the, across the street and next to the north. Is it the same to the south? Is it the same land use to the south?
The land use to the south is the residential office general. It currently consists of an office building that part of it is commercial use in that building, which is a non-conforming use. They are kind of grandfathered in with the non-conforming use on that site.
So is there something that's either less intensive land use category than this, and all the things that come with it? Let's say that the car wash doesn't succeed and other things come in. Is there a less intensive use category that?
No, commercial neighborhood.
That gives the property owner a use of their property. Even the folks that were here against it have acknowledged that banks don't get the traffic as they used to. Banks are changing their models left and right. So they have to be able to use the property for something. And I know some people would like to just say, hey, let's leave it empty. That would mean we're using tax dollars to buy private properties to turn them into parks or something. And that's not been the cry from the public. So what other land use categories are there that maybe is less intensive than the one that they're asking for?
So having a commercial use on the site, because right now the master plan overrides the land use, limiting it further to a bank. Right now, that's the only use. Another bank could go there. So they're tied together. The master plan would need to change, open up commercial. But to do any other commercial use, commercial neighborhood is our least intensive non-residential district out there. Has currently a lower floor area ratio than the current residential office general property.
So right now in the past, they asked for a bank. They got it approved through the master plan. Why are they not asking for the approval for the master plan for a specific use? And now instead they're asking for a category, or?
And we looked at it as, because you have a commercial node there, the other sites are not specific to a certain use to commercial. If they were to ask for a specific use to say car wash only, if it didn't get developed as a car wash, or it did get developed as a car wash and it failed and somebody wanted to do something else, they would come back in through this process. Most master plans for commercial areas don't get that detailed. We have a couple that, for some reason, we do have banks listed as, a restrictive category on some properties, but a lot of times the commercial, it's just labeled as a commercial area. Sometimes you can have where they restrict the floor area ratio per the master plan, or maybe the certain uses of, a retail size, but normally don't see to a specific use only.
I mean, I don't know what, the community feels about a car wash versus just an open-ended, like this is an invitation to do other things. So instead of one specific use where they would have to come back again for the next specific use, again, I don't know, I don't know how the neighborhood would like. They may say, well, we want it to be changed from a car wash, so let's leave it general. So I don't know. Okay. The access is to the south and to the east, right? The access points to this proposed development?
Yeah, Tarpon Woods and Tanglewood Trail, they cannot have direct access to East Lake Road.
Okay. So talk to me a little bit about the concept of the additional stormwater versus the use of the property, which would generate more water. Is that just all going into the sewer system? Is that how it's being captured, the runoff or the
No,
car?
car washes have their specific criteria about recycling water on there, so there are specifics if it was developed as a car wash. Any new use, change of use on there, they're going to have to come into compliance with our stormwater regulations and also floodplain. It's in a floodplain, so they'll have to look at that. They have to capture all that runoff. You create on the site your stormwater, you're not discharging that off your site. You have to capture all of that, which is, again, during site plan. Also, with it being in the wellhead protection, which is as a use that's allowed, but again, has more restrictions on the cleaning of that water before it's discharged into the county system.
Okay, so stormwater is a separate item. I'm just talking about the water that's being generated by the operation. So you're saying that water has to be recycled and used again?
Yes, for car washes, we have.
How much of it? What is it?
No, let me check.
I mean, are we talking about
a percentage of it? You know, he said 80% is what normally of car washes that is their business plan.
And the other 20% goes where? In sewer, regular sewer?
So we just have in there a car wash designed to minimize creation and carrying off the premises of airborne particles, water, chemicals, and dust. No wash water runoff generated by the car wash facility may be conveyed off-site into the municipal storm sewer system. Runoff must be directed to either a recycling system or other water quality treatment facility. So they can't discharge into our stormwater. And most car washes, newer ones nowadays, are designed to recycle a percentage of that water to reuse on there. Now, eventually, they do have to use new water has to come in. They can't just continue to recycle it in perpetuity. So there will be new water generated use on the site.
Okay, I guess I'm not getting what you just said. So the water that's generated from the cleaning of a car has to all be recaptured, or 80% of it has to be recaptured?
I'll defer to the applicant in answer on their proposed use. We do require that it be captured, cleaned. It can't not just be discharged into the storm sewer system or into the sewer system. They have to recycle that percentage of the water. But we do not have.
If it can't be discharged anywhere off-site, it has to be kept on-site. Yes? I'm just trying to understand.
Well, eventually it gets into the sewer system, the sanitary sewer system.
Well, that's
not the storm sewer system, no. The storm sewer system is
that's what I was asking. I thought you just said it can't convey to anything off-site.
into the storm sewer system.
It can into the.
But it can into the sanitary sewer system.
Okay, all right.
So it has to go through an oil water separator first, and then it goes into, right?
Yes.
And that oil water separator has to be pumped out periodically,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
All right. Okay, I think I'm good for now.
Okay, I'm a little familiar with large vehicle washers.
You and your sister.
Yeah, right. Commissioner Scheer.
Thank you, Chair. From just what Commissioner Egger was, what I'm gathering is you're saying the waters won't be commingled from the waters from the car wash. You're not going to commingled with storm water.
Correct.
That's a totally different system. So they're not going to be mixed together. Now, this bank and the site plan there, I'm assuming was built in the 80s or ish. It's been there quite some time. Do we
Yeah, I don't know the details. The 70s, 80s is when the master plan was created, so probably sometime around that time.
And I would think that water quality, stormwater quality standards have increased since this was built, not decreased. And I'm thinking if they redevelop the site, they could actually be improving the stormwater for the site, and that would be a good thing for the Bayhead area and as well as the water quality going into the next system. So
Yeah, our stormwater standards have significantly.
ours and Swiftmud, right? So I'm thinking the water would be better. So that's all I had.
Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you to everybody for your presentations and comments and concerns. So a lot of the comments that we've heard today deal more with a quality of life concern versus what we are to be looking at as it relates to determining whether or not the zoning would be appropriate for this area. So things like 80s music or 90s music, whichever he said. I like both. I like 80s and 90s. I could sing a few tunes for you later on. But things like that, while we certainly could ask them to address any noise concerns, but based on the 7-0 votes for the two boards prior to us, our consideration needs to be on whether or not the request can be accommodated for this zoning or not more on some of the things that have been shared, like possible trash, which that can happen with a McDonald's, it could happen with a bank, it could happen with anything, but items like that.
Yes, and if this change was approved, their next step is site plan. And in our code, we have specific use requirements per site. If they come in for a car wash, there is requirements that look at noise, hours of operation, even noise from vehicles that they have to have signage up of, you're not supposed to have your radio turned up loud while you're vacuuming your car. There's considerations. If it was a different type of use that comes in there, there's other standards of use that we look at. We have the county's noise ordinance that any use is going to have to comply with, lighting standards. So those are details that get looked at during our site plan review process.
Okay. And if this request was not made today, what would be examples of potential businesses that would be able to locate on this site?
A bank.
With its current, only a bank?
Only a bank.
Only a bank.
With the master plan, they couldn't even do an office because even with the land use would allow an office currently, they couldn't do that because the master plan has restricted this site to a bank only.
Okay. And so the request before us today, should it pass, would give them the opportunity to construct a car wash there. Let's say if that car wash were not to succeed, then give an example of what other type business could be located with the zoning that would be granted if that were to go through today.
They could do an office use, commercial. Someone mentioned a Starbucks. They could do a Starbucks. They could do a drive-through.
Starbucks will have a whole lot of cars coming through it, both drive-through and park up.
Yeah, there's, a restaurant, a retail store, anything that's captured as a retail commercial use.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So just another question about the noise. I mean, we've been hearing different testimony for different situations about noise in a neighborhood. I mean, I'm not talking about this location, but I like the car wash that I go to, but I use the vacuum cleaner, and it's loud. So you're talking about multiple ones on a, Friday afternoon, Friday evening. Can we limit, can we do time restrictions in this so we keep some of that issue at bay, like no earlier than, I mean, you can cut your grass at 7 o'clock in the morning, I think. So I'm thinking, 7 or 8 o'clock, is there a time thing that we can do to keep that noise issue at least out of play, at certain times of the day?
So for our specific use criteria for a car wash, their limited hours operation of 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Again, says sounds from radios, stereos, any amplification device, including if they have any amplification device on the property, it says it shall not be audible from the adjacent residential district. So if they're piping music from the car wash, it has to be low enough where it's not audible at the residential district. They have to put signs up notifying customers that they cannot have that. They can't have a generator. Vacuum stations, their vacuum equipment has to comply with the setbacks. And if they use a central vac system, which most places now, car washes, they use a central vac instead of the individual canisters, that has to be in a fully enclosed structure on the property, so that would reduce any noise from that. Traffic circulation, they have to make sure there's stack on the property on there. So we do have more specific standards for car washes on there.
But you can't limit the 9 o'clock back to 7 o'clock, say?
Right. That's our current limitation, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
7 to 9, but we can't make it a requirement to go 7 to 7.
No.
Okay.
That would then be a development agreement.
Commissioner, I was just going to suggest, I was looking through the ordinances that relate to master plans. Hours of operation does not appear to be something that we could regulate that way, but I agree that with a development agreement, which is not before the commission tonight,
Right.
you could limit hours of operation.
Right. I mean, it's clearly on the one side commercial, on the other side residential. I mean, this is, what people have grown to expect. I understand the concerns, but anyway, okay, thank you.
I use Woody's, the car wash thing. I got I pay for it so I can have my car washed. Don't you do that. That's the name of it. Thank you. No, but it's a car wash. Oh, but they're not open till, I'm not saying that wouldn't be the case here, but I'm saying they're not open until 9 o'clock. They close at 6. And the other one with the little guy's head, the other car wash thing, I can't remember his name, but with the little guy, it starts with an M. But yeah, they open like around 8. Because someone has to be there, you drive your car through and then you go to your own little spot to vacuum or whatever. Again, they close at 6. So, I mean, we certainly could take up time constraints in another process, but I don't know of a car wash that's open to 9 o'clock. Yeah.
Right.
And certainly not getting it. Sir, you've had your time. Thank you. Anyway, I'm just sharing. I can't say for sure, but I'm just sharing, and certainly we could look at time constraints or whatever in another process.
And we
But I
still
was
have
just
the noise ordinance that comes into play as well.
right. I was just sitting here thinking about how long, how early they're open, and how late they
I'm confused about, we can require a screen wall to be placed there as a condition of this approval. Why we can't also request the applicant to agree to a limitation to 8 o'clock instead of 9?
So,
I understand why we can't do that.
So Commissioners, I think the county attorney should address that because you've got a application before you and that would require a development agreement. Right. And so I'd ask for her to clarify the process that you use in making your decision here.
What you have before you tonight, there's 2 agenda items, 2 separate agenda items, but it's being addressed here as a single item. And the reason why we do that, the first decision you would be making is the land use change. If that is approved, then you would move on to the second item, which is the modification to the development master plan. if you were wanting to possibly entertain trying to restrict hours, we would need to send this back down to LPA, probably DRC, I would assume, for the development agreement as well. You typically only see development agreements come forward when there's agreement on both sides. It's an agreement, so there has to be an agreement on both sides to do that. But you often also see, kind of like similar to how Michael described development agreements, you also see the narrowing of the uses, like what we saw in the master plan that limited its current use to just a bank. If you had a development agreement, you could pick some uses and limit it. You could impose even higher landscaping requirements than what they've already agreed to. You could control hours of operation. It allows you to get a lot more specific in the regulation of the site. Development agreements are typically good for 5 years, so that's something to consider as well. But this would have to go back and start over in the process. And I would recommend not doing that, because if the land use is approved, you can do.
But the reason, I mean, to Commissioner Scheer's question, he asked, how is the wall there? They agreed to the wall, the applicant did, because it's not part of our code requirements.
For master plans, you can identify setbacks, you can identify buffers. You can't get into hours of operation, but you identify, because our master plan, it does not, it's the RPD districts, it's a flexible district which allows for the property owner can set and ask for different setbacks than what's normal. You know, if we had a 20-foot setback, let's say from one side, they could ask for a 10-foot setback in an RPD with enhanced buffering or something on there as an example. So those are things that are allowed to be set by a master plan.
And what your regulation says, just to kind of elaborate a little bit more specifically, it talks about building height limits and setback requirements, lot dimension standards that address area width and depth, land uses and building types. And then the catch-all phrase talks about other design requirements that are basically the design of the development. So not lighting or noise or hours of operation, things like that.
Like what we did with Innisbrook when they came in and they did that fence to separate.
So even if the applicant agreed to make it 8 o'clock, it's not?
We would not have anything binding on that. And my recommendation would be, if you wish to do that, to not proceed forward with these things tonight, because you would be approving the development as proposed.
Okay, Commissioner Lavelle.
It's been mentioned that there's a car wash right next door. Do we know the hours of operation of that one, by chance?
I do not.
What's the name of it? You know? Do you know? And Mod Wash is the name of the other one. Wood is in Mod Wash. Yeah, so it's, yeah, because Mod Wash is closed by 6, Wood is closed by 6.
Commissioner.
Well, just like Commissioner Flower, I've never seen one. I use Woody's too. They always close early. So I don't want to push everything back, just try and get another hour, and because I just don't think that's the right thing to do.
Well, I mean, from a business perspective, our ordinance allows them to be open a certain X number of times. Doesn't mean that's what it's going to be.
Right.
But, so, all right, well.
It's East Lake Car Wash next door, and they close at 5:30.
Okay. All right. There you go. Good research.
Business hours.
So I'd be prepared to move approval on this agenda item, Chair.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Wikin, a second by Commissioner
We're taking them one
Flower.
at a time, Joel?
Yes.
Yep, okay. So we have a motion and a second on item number 54. Any further discussion? All right, if the clerk would pull up the voting, please.
I'm a yes, but I can't get it to.
Okay, passes unanimously. Okay, now we are on to item number 55. Okay.
And this is the modification to the development master plan.
Okay. All right. That's a companion to 54.
Move approval.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Latvala. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, if we could open up the voting, please. Okay. Commissioner Eggers is a yes. Okay, passes unanimously. All right, thank you very much, everybody. If there's nothing else for the good of the order, then we are adjourned. Thank you. Have a good night.